We'll call this meeting to order. I'd ask you all to silence your cell phones. I'll do the same. And City Clerk, if you'd call the meeting call the roll, please.
Mayor Owen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sachs.
Here.
Commissioner Clody. Commissioner Hartman.
Here.
Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, we will begin. We have Police Department Chaplain Sheila Turner here. We'll deliver an invocation, and after that we will say the Pledge of Allegiance right here. If you would join me in standing.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to be together one more night tonight. And we ask right now, Lord, that you give us the wisdom and understanding on what we need to cover tonight in our fair city. Thank you for saving us from the pandemic one more day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Manager, any changes to the agenda?
Yes, sir. I have two items. The first one is item 6H, and that is to consider the approval of a request for the city marina parking only designation for parking spaces.
Okay.
That's to be removed either to the 9th or the 23rd. We'll let you know.
Okay.
The second item is 7D, and that is consider the approval of the Rotary Club of New Smyrna Beach to use the Babe James Center as a distribution point to administer the COVID-19 vaccine, and that was their request to pull for until further notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so that was item 6H and 7D that are removed from tonight's agenda if you're here for either of those items. First item we have up is a presentation by the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology Coalition. Ask those folks to come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Tonight, my economic development colleagues.
You can, why don't you
Southeast.
Chris, take that mic out so you can hold it up real close so they can hear you there.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, I think, yeah.
Good. Again, greetings, Mayor and City Commission tonight. My economic development colleagues and I here in Southeast Volusia would like to briefly provide a Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology Coalition progress report to unite. Tonight I have a couple of folks with me. Samantha Bergeron, who is with the City of Edgewater, Economic Development Manager. And of course, I have Chris Wimsatt, who is Vice President, Business Development at Team Volusia Economic Development Corporation, and Bliss Jameson, our Chair of the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology Coalition. Tonight, our objectives are simply to just improve understanding of the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing and Technology Coalition, short for SVMTC, progress report on the plan, the next steps that we have within the planning process, which is phase 2 of the plan, and secondly, to highlight the partnerships, the unique partnerships that we have among our 3 cities of Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach, and Oak Hill, as well as the Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce, Team Volusia, Volusia County Economic Development, and others, including FAME, which is an acronym for Federation of Advanced Manufacturing Education, Daytona State College, UCF, Embry-Riddle, and our workforce development partners such as CareerSource. Really, the theme tonight, Mayor and Commissioners, is that we are working together to become a better, one solid economic region to create higher paying jobs. And at this point, I'm going to segue to my colleague, Samantha.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay? With a mask? Okay, great. Okay. Again, my name is Samantha Bergeron. I'm the volunteer with the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing Technology Coalition. I'm also the Economic Development Coordinator for the City of Edgewater. Thank you for letting us be here tonight. Chris mentioned who we are, and as you recall, back in 2015 when the cities of New Smyrna Beach and Edgewater were going through and we just revised our comprehensive economic development strategies, we realized that we have a lot of synergies and that we have a lot of similar strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. But when we work together, that a lot of those threats and a lot of those weaknesses become a strength. So that's why all the three cities decided during 2015, 16, and 17 to work together. We all passed resolutions, and each commission council of each city also passed the plan. So this is kind of just an update of where we are right now. As you can see, we are located within the Florida High-Tech Corridor with Daytona Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University to the north. In Orlando, we have MIT and UCF. And to the south, we have, of course, Kennedy Space Center and all of the area with Florida Institute of Technology. So we're right in the middle of the technology triangle. And this is our vision and mission, and I won't read it to you because I know you all have a very long agenda, but this is the vision and mission that we came up with. This is the triangle that we mentioned. With this initiative, these are our targeted industries that we've been targeting. And this is basically our timeline, and I have a much more in-depth timeline that Chris can share with you of every year and all the accomplishments that we've made. And also, just to remind everyone that we have a lot of businesses here located in Southeast Volusia that already do business with businesses that are down at Kennedy Space Center. This happens to be a photo of the crew access arm for Orion that was made in Sauer and Oak Hill as it's traveling down 3A and over the Haulover Canal, and then also being installed at Kennedy Space Center. So as I mentioned, we also passed a plan that each commission and council of each city passed. And this is our status of the plan. There were 6 goals in that plan. And as you can see, we've accomplished all 6 of those goals. We've also been working very hard on building relationships with all of these great institutions and foundations and educational institutions as well, and working on symposiums and working together of how we best bring that higher paying jobs to our communities. We've also accomplished, we launched a website beginning of 2019, and we're looking to do some great updates to that in the next few months. We also were able to place a couple advertisements in the Livability magazine, which is also an online, and I provided the link for you to go onto the online version. So this magazine has a shelf life of about a year, so you get a lot more coverage for your investment. We've also launched a couple of social media campaigns on Facebook and LinkedIn, and we're in the process of renewing our contract with ZGraph and providing a little bit more fine-tuning as to exactly our goals that we want to accomplish with this. So website, Facebook, LinkedIn, and videos. Kelly, could we play the first video on YouTube?
Imagine a place that combines the lifestyle of coastal Florida with the space and tools to support new industries and businesses. It's here in Southeast Volusia County, Florida, the launch pad for your aerospace.
Sorry. So with the videos, we created a 3-minute video, a 1-minute video, and a 30-second video. And basically, the purpose of that is to share with our partners, such as Team Volusia, so that when they go to trade shows, that they have another tool in their toolkit that they can show to prospective businesses.
Okay.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
fine.
pull it
Just
back.
you can right from there is fine. I know we're time crunch.
Imagine a place that combines the lifestyle of coastal Florida with the space and tools to support new industries and businesses. It's here in Southeast Volusia County, Florida, the launch pad for your aerospace business.
So Southeast Volusia is probably one of the hidden gems in our region as far as attracting businesses.
But when you look at Southeast Volusia, it's very unique because it has a lot of great proximity to assets in our state that you won't find anywhere else.
You can look at the infrastructure, and certainly we have that here. You can look at access to qualified workforce, and we have that here. Those are the tangibles that you can certainly check all the boxes, and we check all the boxes.
Southeast Volusia County is home to growing, vibrant communities, 2 major interstate systems, an international airport, and access to seaports and the major metropolitan cities of Orlando and Jacksonville. Our area is also the very heart of America's technology triangle, with Kennedy Space Center to the south and Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University to the north. Aerospace, aviation, advanced technologies. The future begins right here.
Students that come to Embry-Riddle have a passion for aviation and aerospace, and they come here because they want to get a deep education in those areas and then go to work for the top aircraft manufacturers, airlines, and aerospace companies. So we're connected to Cape Canaveral in the south and Orlando in the west. There's a lot of supply chain industry that is building up in this area to support the launches that happen down there.
Companies have already invested more than $250 million to bring their high-tech companies to the area.
So you're kind of in the middle of all this technology happening. And then the best part is you're located on the east coast of Florida. So it's great quality of life here. The weather is great. You're close to beaches, shopping, restaurants. So it really has everything you need, the technology as well as the quality of life.
Southeast Volusia has the largest contiguous industrial area in the county. Governments and businesses are working hand in hand to expedite permits and get your business moving.
3, 2, 1, We have developed an aviation aerospace overlay zone here. We are doing what we can to speed up the process because we understand it's not just shovel ready, it's got to be permit ready too.
And you'll find not only government organizations, public-private organizations, but an entire community of citizens that can support those business endeavors.
Southeast Volusia has a strong workforce pipeline with top-ranked schools and colleges, vocational and STEM programs. Southeast Volusia is ready to work.
This lab is a great example of something that's unique. Right here in Southeast Volusia, this lab was created to meet the workforce needs, not only the existing workforce needs, but the emerging workforce needs. There is an infrastructure here. There is an ecosystem that exists right now today that's ready to meet that need.
Excellent schools and year-round activities also make it a perfect place for raising a family.
I've got three children, 10, 8, and 4 years old. We've chosen to raise them right here in Southeast Volusia. I think there's no better place to raise a family, and I could literally work and raise my family anywhere in America, and I've chosen to stay right here.
If you're a business owner looking to relocate somewhere, you need to put Southeast Volusia at the top of your list. Here you can live and have a great quality of life, and it's really the area that's up and coming when you look at manufacturing, technology, and new business. This is where it's at, Southeast Volusia.
Industry, education, workforce, economy, and lifestyle. All reasons Southeast Volusia is the launch pad for your aerospace business.
Thank you, Kelly.
Hello, I'm Kevin Carr, and I'm the CEO of Florida Makes, and I'm here today to talk to you about the state of Florida manufacturing. I'm coming to you today from the factory floor of
All right, thank you very much. So again, regional is a new logo, and when we're talking about economic development, it's really a regional effect because we are stronger working together. And these are, next slide. It's not wanting to. Anyway, the next couple of phases we'll be working on phase 2 of the plan, and fine-tuning our social media campaign, fine-tuning our website, and we'll be coming back to you with periodic reports, and if we can answer any questions, we are happy to do so.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Keep up the good work. There's probably better talent available for those videos. I know that one guy in there. That was rough. All right. Next item up, public participation. This is your chance to speak to anything on your heart and mind. I would point out that items in section 8, so item 8A, 8B, etc., if you want to speak to those items, those are public hearings. You would speak to those at that time. This is the chance to speak to any item not in section 8. So anything in the consent agenda, section 7, this would be your chance to speak to any of those items or anything else you'd like to bring forward to the commission. Ask if you would abide by the time limit, 3 minutes. I'll point over there if you're running over, and address your comments to the commission as a body, not to the audience. So with that, yes, ma'am, first up. If you would just give your name and address as part of your comments. Just whatever you're comfortable with. Right there.
Hi, I'm Rebecca, and I live in New Smyrna Beach, 321 Roslyn Avenue. Want to say thank you for the Turnbull Street playground, by the way, and also your decision on the borrow pit, so thank you very much. Per our email to you from Dream Green Volusia, I'm here to ask for a letter of support on behalf of the City of the Volusia County Council for the purchase of 36 acres for conservation on the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail, also known as the Loop. This letter can be collective or individual. We have proposed to the council several grants that could be used, and they are currently looking into using ECHO funds. Dream Green Volusia has partnered with North Florida Land Trust to offer a way for citizens to contribute money to help purchase conservation land on the Loop. In the future, a hiking and biking trail could be created on land conserved on the Loop for resident and visitor enjoyment. The County Council has a rare opportunity to purchase land for conservation offered by the developer for an incredible price. Currently, the west side of the Loop on the mainland is surprisingly unprotected. Overwhelmingly, residents of Volusia County are in favor of this purchase, as over 66,000 people have signed an online petition through change.org for this purchase. Suzanne Schreiber and I canvassed the residential area of Beach Street between Granada and Boulevard and the Canopy entrance, and the overwhelming majority of people we spoke to are in favor of protecting what is left of our vital ecosystem on the Loop. We distributed 100 Defend the Loop signs that residents wanted in their yards to show their support and voice their concerns. We delivered almost 100 today as well. These residents do not want more traffic from further development and want to preserve what precious land we have left in this magnificent area. The Loop is a national scenic byway. There are only 150 of these nationwide, and a state scenic highway. What a shame it would be to lose more of this precious jewel that attracts visitors and residents to our area and is a major part of our economy. Bikers ride the Loop as part of their activities during Bike Week. And as for residents, I can tell you firsthand that my parents decided to move to Volusia County after driving the Loop for the first time. They now live near North Peninsula State Park in Ormond by the Sea to be close to the Loop. We please ask that you assist in any way that you can to help preserve this vital part of our local ecosystem and tourist economy. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, ma'am. Come ahead.
Suzanne Schreiber, 548 Sandy Oaks Boulevard in Ormond Beach, Florida. Good evening. I'm the founder of Dream Green Volusia, an environmental nonprofit that works across Volusia County on environmental issues. As Becca said, we recently sent an email asking for a letter of support for the purchase of 36 acres on the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail to be placed in conservation by Volusia County. The Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail, fondly known as the Loop, plays a vital role in our county tourism. One of our largest events of the year is Bike Week, March 5th through the 15th. Motorcycle enthusiasts from across the country come to celebrate Bike Week and ride the Loop. It is an economic benefit for bikers visiting here for many reasons, and the National Scenic Byway, the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail, is one of those reasons. Visitors to Volusia County travel by car, motorcycle, and bicycle to see native plants and animals, hike on old Florida trails, and see historic sites. The Loop has been designated a National Scenic Byway and a Florida Scenic Highway due to its intrinsic, historic, natural, recreational, and scenic qualities. It isn't necessary to live near the loop to understand its value or appreciate what it means to all in Volusia County, including every city. The most pressing issue facing the loop now is the development of 76 lots at the Plantation Oaks subdivision along Old Dixie Highway, which have been offered for sale to Volusia County. Our organization approached the developer asking for his cooperation in selling the land for conservation. The idea is for this to be the beginning of a possible larger trail project on the west side of the road. The resources of the byway must be protected, and it is up to all of us to make this happen. The initial price is public record. It was $1.38 million. Due diligence is being performed with 2 appraisals. Negotiations for a lower price have taken place, and the price has been lowered. It's necessary for us to move forward now to garner public support. The Volusia County Council has a short window to save this land, and the City of New Smyrna Beach has an opportunity to show support by submitting a letter to the County Council. Public support always matters. This is a rare opportunity. Grants and Volusia Echo funds are available. Once it is gone forever. If you are not willing to submit a letter as a commission, please consider submitting as individuals. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'm very familiar with this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. While the next speaker's coming, please come ahead, Randy. I'd say I think New Smyrna has been a leader in that space. This commission, this city, the staff, we were, the citizens of New Smyrna passed a bond where we were able to start buying very similar situation, land that no one wanted to see developed. The city was able to purchase it. We're proceeding to purchase even more property. So I think we have shown certainly that we support these type of endeavors here in New Smyrna, and we've shown it not by just sending letters, but by doing it and leading the way and showing that it's viable and that residents support it. 75+% of our residents voted in support of that initiative. I think a fine balance that we have to strike as political leaders is trying to find your own lane and stay in it. My personal stance would be, I don't know that we would send something as a commission. Certainly any commissioner is elected leaders free to do whatever they choose to do. But I certainly will make my opinion known to our elected leaders at the county level, probably in a non-official capacity. But I applaud your group's efforts, and I applaud the citizens of New Smyrna for being leaders in doing exactly this already in our city before. So thank you both.
Randy Herman, 108 Esther Street. I'm here tonight to speak in my role as chair of the Neighborhood Council, and just want to tell you all that we took the charge of your workshop about reviewing ourselves and looking at our viability for the future as one of the 17 boards and commissions that the city has. It was a productive meeting, trying to identify what our obstacles were, how we saw ourselves moving forth in the future, and if we didn't see ourselves moving forth in the future, attempting to identify criteria for sunsetting the council. So I just want to thank you for the kickstart. I think the debate went well, and also want my appreciation to Philip Vesky and Brian for their support of staff, as well as the technological support, particularly some of the initiatives right now on our website, such as the Parks and Reserves Survey and the maps of development projects in our city, are all ways of enhancing community and citizen involvement, which is really one of the goals of the Neighborhood Council. And we do face some big obstacles with COVID and ADH requirements and certainly the Sunshine Act. But I just wanted you all to know we're working on this, and we'll come back to you with some information. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. Any others for public participation? All right. Seeing none, we'll close public participation. Next item is a consent agenda. Remember, item H has been pulled by the city manager, so anyone wish to pull any remaining items, will begin with the vice mayor. Anything to pull? Nothing to pull. Commissioner McGurk, anything to pull? Nothing. Mr. Hartman? Nothing. Commissioner Colodi?
6F.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry if my mic is not on. I did say no.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody heard me.
Yeah. He'll come help you out. Yeah, so Commissioner Sachs, or Vice Mayor Sachs, sorry, had nothing. Commissioner Colodi wanted to pull item 6F. And I have nothing to pull. I did have a question on one, but I'll just ask it after. With that, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through M, excluding F and H?
So moved.
Second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sachs?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Colodi. Item F.
Item 6F has to do with the road resurfacing schedule for 20/21. I've reviewed the schedule. I find it fine, and I intend to vote for it. But I do just want to remind the Commission that this is the third year of a program that the engineering department set out to do roads on the mainland. First year was mainly east of Route 1, and the next 2 years were west of Route 1, and they also include some to the east. Nothing's been done on the other side of the river or off the mainland. And I suggest that next year that be a priority. We're doing very good by resurfacing $700,000 worth of roads, but they should be spread throughout the community. We did an analysis in 2018 on roads that need it. They're prioritized in that, and any number of roads in that area can be included based upon their need. So that's what I would like to look forward to coming next year.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk. Or Colin. Go ahead, Colin. Go ahead.
Just as a note, Commissioner Colodi has asked me of how many streets were done in that area. So in fiscal year 18-19, we did 4 streets, and I'll forward the email to you, Commissioner Colodi. And then in 16-17, we've done 2, and then 15-16, we've done 1.
And how many streets are included in this year's program in the last 2 years elsewhere?
Just keep in mind that at that time we only had like $150,000. So most of the $150,000 at that time were done out of this. Now in 2000, and when we started the 700,000, we started that in 2019, 20.
Okay.
Mayor, brief comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Colodi, I hear what you're saying. I know that I've brought up some discrepancies in the past about the rankings. I'm certainly willing to have a further discussion about it at some other time. But I want to make sure that the roads that need it the most get done. And I think my problem with some of the outsourcing that we did with an engineering firm didn't necessarily seem to show that. So I think it'd be a great discussion going into the budgets coming up through the summer to see what we can do. If you're unhappy about streets that are not paved or haven't been paved, certainly I have my own concerns. So I hear you, and I'm certainly willing to have that dialogue. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve item 6F?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
I'll take the second from the Vice Mayor. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk? Yes. Vice Mayor Sachs?
Yes.
Commissioner Clody?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Consent agenda items are all approved except for 6H, which was postponed. 7A, strategic plan update. Who's here for that? Michelle, there you are.
Before she started the item, I left you in front of you a sheet that looks like this. The purpose is after she finishes her presentation, I don't think you have to do this tonight, but at some point during the week, what I'm looking for is to rank each section of the strategic plan. So, for example, under communication and trust, you have 3 items. If you could rank them 1, 2, 3, based on your priority, and then what I'll do is I'll tally the survey, and then I could report back to you at the next meeting. So, if you could do that, that would be really appreciated and would be helpful to the staff.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Take this off. Might help. Okay. We are here to give you an update on the strategic action plan. What we've done since we met in January is taken the top 16 items, which again are in front of you again to just maybe narrow one more time. We have 8 items that came out as number 1. Again, that's kind of why we're asking for 1 second look. There was a lot of items that were tied for ranking, if you will. Someone maybe voted lower than somebody who voted high, and it averaged out to end up where it did. So I think one more look would help staff really find the true leading items of your interest. But I've met with Khalid and Brian. We sat together and went through all 16 items in front of you with your agenda packet. Are the next steps for these 16 items? I'm happy to go through any of them that may be of interest. Some, again, will require funding to move into their next steps. We'll be getting quotes and actual consulting fees, more trued up to help with some of the ones that have a range on it.
Okay.
I do want to touch on the loading and unloading zone. That was a top priority item, and from a staff perspective, it's been implemented, so it got checked as complete, but we are still working on it, so you'll see that be unchecked and brought back onto the top of the on top of the sheet here and not look like it is completely done, because we know it's not. Just wanted to clarify that really quickly. So if there's any particular questions, I'm happy to dive into them. I know, again, there's 16 of them. We could spend a lot of time here. This, I know, is not a workshop. I do have the AOB site to touch on as well.
Okay. Gentlemen, we've discussed these pretty much in depth, so any questions that Michelle can help clarify? If not, it sounds like they just need us to give them a quick ranking, help to rack and stack these kind of one last time. We've started really big. We're funneling it down. So any questions, any clarity needed on this? Seems like, yeah, go ahead.
On these?
It would be helpful if you have them. If not, it doesn't. But it would be helpful so this way we know which one is which. But just, Michelle, we touched when we did the action plan, we kind of took into consideration the timing, the funding source, and then the action plan itself of and who's responsible for it. So we want to make sure that it's in compliance of your priorities and make sure that it's done on time. And the software that we have, it kind of keeps track of what's happening in each task and in the strategic plan. So that will be helpful to the staff as well to make sure that it's on time.
Okay. So the last item, if you're ready for me to go into the AOB real quick. Again, at the workshop in January, we showed the conceptual layout that was brought forward in December, turning the site for short-term use and organizing it a bit better than, the function will remain the same as for boat trailer parking as well as standard vehicles. The request that came from that meeting was to go ahead and add a northern drive aisle to help the boat parking ingress and egress out of the site. We've made that change. It shifted things a little to the south, but I completely think it's doable, and we just want to get your blessing to move onward with those efforts. If you have any questions on the shift on the site, we can talk about it. But there was another recent request as of Friday that came out from the Marine Discovery Center and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission for the project that we thought was quite interesting to mention here tonight. They're very excited to see that project becoming, something real and bringing beauty back to the site. The Marine Discovery operates off that piece of property. They see a huge opportunity for us to enhance the shoreline. There's over 500 feet of shoreline just on the AOB property itself. When you capture the boat ramp site as well, you're over 700 feet of shoreline. They were hoping we could share that with you tonight and get a general nod that we can pursue an effort to maybe start to consider a project for creating a living shoreline along that water's edge. There are grant funding opportunities that could pay for up to 100% of the project from design, engineering, and construction. So again, it was something very new in development. Wanted to bring it to your attention. If we can get the green light to come back to you at a later date with a real work plan on that effort, we would certainly start moving towards that as well.
Anybody opposed to 100% funded project to restore shoreline? Potentially 100%. Go ahead. Well, sorry, Commissioner Colodi, and then I'll come to you.
No, I certainly agree with that. I just want to speak to one comment from our last discussion. I've looked at the revised plan, that's fine. There was some comments passed that perhaps we could use recycled asphalt millings for the drives out there, which I would be totally opposed to. This is a temporary layout. Putting asphalt products out there, which would almost be impervious surfaces, would necessitate some stormwater improvements, and I much rather see shell-based access roads. Keep the costs down.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk?
Yes, thank you very much I like the new design much better. I appreciate you guys looking into that and having that drive lane to the north to be able to pull forward with the boat trailers instead of backing out. And I'm all for the living shoreline. I think what you're asking for is to bring something to us, bring us information about it.
Correct, yes.
I'm all for that, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just a quick note. Thank you, Michelle. And thanks to the MDC. I'm not the only one with the dream, but if we can realize that, what a great example we could be for restoring shorelines to a natural state and possibly even saving some of that shoreline through storms. We know the swamps are our buffer for storms. So congratulations to everybody who wishes to join in. It's unfortunate I had to miss one of our strategic planning meetings. I was alarmed to see a rendering of the AOB with a lot of parking. I hope I'm not correct that we decided to make a lot more parking there. Is that true?
So to recap January, the direction was a short-term improvement, nothing that's considered permanent from a construction perspective, coming in, adjusting the fence line, bringing in sod and crushed concrete to create more organized parking on the site. Right now it's kind of who gets there first, and hopefully everyone follows along with the layout. But we'd have designated drive aisles in and out. We would eliminate one of the points of entry to the site, because if you look at the site combined with the boat ramp, there's 3 inlets and outlets for vehicle traffic. We'd eliminate the middle one, which would allow for parking to be kind of picked up in that space. But as far as any permanency to the site, it would simply be ground coverage.
So let me add some color to that. So what we talked about at the meeting was, if you drive by there any given Saturday during the boating season, I would argue that this isn't a net change in parking. We're bringing order to chaos is kind of how we looked at it. That right now it's a very disorganized, disjointed, not optimal use, and unattractive to our residents, to our guests, to people that want to use the facility as anything. It's not a great use of the site in any capacity. So what the majority of the commission, I think maybe unanimously at that time, decided to give staff this directive to say, let's bring order to chaos, nothing permanent, no major monies that are being spent here that would prohibit anything in the future, and no substantive change of use of the property, meaning we still have that kind of family recreation area closer to the water. The Marine Discovery Center maintains their usage and is excited about these changes. The area that is currently used as boat and trailer and even moto parking would still be used for that, but in a much more organized, well thought out fashion, which would be a net improvement for really negligible in the grand scheme of things cost, but not paving, not impervious surfaces, etc. So, yeah,
thank you for that clarification and explanation. I do have to join Commissioner Colodi on the use of these some of the maybe tarry or septic toxic materials for resurfacing, if we could find a better option. And all I want is for the public to see and use that beautiful shoreline we can create. But it's a good step in the right direction. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michelle.
I think hopefully even more folks will be inclined to use it post this, because I think it'll be a more attractive site, even there closer to the water. So, anything else?
Michelle, what are we going to do on the north side to keep them from parking where the ditch area is?
Now that we've added the drive aisle?
Yeah.
We'll definitely have to get creative with some of that, I'll be honest. Signs can only go so far, perhaps railroad ties of some sort, or pilings with a rope, something nautical. Definitely trying to do some of this as much in-house to save money.
Right.
We certainly should think about that. Plants, cooking in a boulder, we've got a lot of barrier options, but we should
Okay.
certainly create one, I agree.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
The find application for grants, it's due on the end of March. So during the briefing with Commissioner Kalodi, he was asking me for applying, and my idea was to apply for a find a grant for some of the amenities that we were thinking about. Probably another gazebo, maybe a kayak launching, and some other amenities. So I just want to make sure, because I'm going to bring back the application probably at the 23rd meeting, that we'll be able to submit the application on time. So I just want to make sure that I get the commission blessing before we spend the time on the application and no interest. So.
Any concerns with moving forward with that? Seeing none. Okay. All right. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7B, impact fee discussion. Brian.
Yes, as Commission may recall, in May of 2020, we adopted a new comprehensive impact fee ordinance, and that included the adoption of a new road impact fee schedule based on a transportation study that we had completed prior to then. At that same time, we retained Raftellus Financial Consultants to perform a study of the city's police, fire, and parks impact fees. That study is now complete. It's included in your agenda packet, and Joe Williams from Raftellus is here tonight to provide a summary presentation of that study. And as Joe's making his way up to the podium, our goal tonight is to obtain input from the City Commission and to hopefully receive direction to move forward with an ordinance adopting the updated impact fees. Joe?
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. As Brian mentioned, we're here to discuss the impact fee study and the results in brief fashion. I believe you have access to the report that we put together for you. So to start off, the objectives were to review and update your police, fire, park, and recreation impact fees to represent the current costs of providing these types of services as growth continues throughout the city. And the idea behind impact fees is to have growth pay its own way towards these services so that you're not causing your existing residents to fund the required assets and infrastructure that goes into providing these services. Impact fees are for assets, infrastructure, capital items only. We'll discuss that a little bit more, but it's very, very capital intensive to provide police stations, fire stations, purchase land and develop parks for all your residents to utilize. And that's what we're recovering the cost for here in this impact fee. And we're following all the Florida statute and case law parameters that are available. So some basics. Again, it's a one-time purchase for new development and to redevelopment if they change use or change their intensity to recover the costs of providing them the capital infrastructure. So you're not funding renewal and replacement. As new growth continues, you're not going to be using these funds to repaint the playground that you have or put a new roof on the police station. Those are items that are going to be funded through other revenues available. This is going to be building new parks, relocating fire stations with additional capacity if there's growth, further west, and you need to meet your response times, things like that. And you're not funding operations and maintenance, so you're not paying salaries, things like that. And statutory requirements. There's a Florida Impact Fee Act statute. It's pretty hot amongst legislators right now. It was updated in July 2020. There's proposals in the works right now to be updated again for July 2021. There's no major changes that we're seeing, but we're meeting the requirements that are set forth in the current statutes and case law. And the large item is the dual rational nexus test, so it's showing a connection between what you're charging new development and how you're going to be spending it on facilities that provide benefits to them. And our study demonstrates those connections. And for the residential development, this is a summary of what they pay to the city for each new home or new multifamily unit that's built. So they pay the law enforcement, fire rescue, parks and recreation. Those are the 3 fees that we reviewed. You can see all the way to the right, the police and the fire impact fees are slight increases. You weren't very far behind on collecting those with what it costs to provide that type of service, the infrastructure to new development. And the parks and recreation is the one where there's really an increase. Putting you at the $1,350 per unit level is very comparable to what a lot of other communities in Volusia County and Central Florida are charging. I believe you're in the works of a master plan, and we had preliminary numbers from the master plan, and there's significant improvements that are being planned to accommodate growth, provide additional capacity as the city continues to develop, and this fee level is really going to contribute to those efforts and allow you to collect the funds necessary to do these upgrades, improvements, enhancements that you wouldn't otherwise do if there wasn't growth. And the roads are there. We didn't review the roads as Brian introduced. You recently had those updated. So how do you compare with some other local communities? You can see right now in the middle at $2,558 is your fees as of today. And what we're proposing is to bring you to $3,928. So in the comparison that we have here on the higher end, again, I wouldn't say any of your individual fees that you're charging aren't out of line with what everyone else is charging. And as folks look to update these, they may increase as well because capital infrastructure and improvements are becoming more and more costly to construct. And for non-residential, we're introducing 7 land uses. Right now, you just have a flat rate per land use, depending on the amount of square feet that they have. One of the trends we've been seeing is that folks are introducing a few different land uses to reflect the different levels of demand that they place on your services. So you can see that, for example, industrial, right now they're paying the same as a gas station or a McDonald's on a per square foot basis. And these industrial typically, large footprint, large amount of square feet, and not necessarily a lot of traffic, a lot of people coming and going that would sort of trigger potential fire, rescue, or police services. So that we use it's called a functional population approach, and it helps weight these different land uses. So the gas stations and the restaurants typically have a lot more people coming and going, a lot more traffic, a lot more potential for demand on the services, and you can see they're more heavily weighted on the fee recovery. And the hotel motel, we've gone to a per room basis as opposed to a per square foot basis. And our summary of our findings and recommendations. So we're recommending that you adopt the updated impact fee study to ensure that you're within the necessary guidelines set forth by Florida statutes and case law. The proposed fees represent the cost of providing these services as new growth continues in your community. And the fees can be phased in if you feel that there's any large jumps. But again, if you're not recovering the full fees as we've calculated them, that kind of transitions the burden to existing development more so than new development for funding the improvements that are required. And then the last two are other recommendations, so Florida statute related, to keep the fees in a separate account. That's a requirement of the statute and case law. You currently do that, so it's a recommendation to continue that. And to look at updating your fees in the next 4 to 5 years again. There's certain stipulations in the current statutes that say fees must be representative of current and local cost data. So we've been seeing that 4 or 5 years seems like a reasonable time frame to be updating fees, especially with how fast growth is happening right now and how fast the needs of your capital infrastructure, your planning with your police, fire, and parks can change. You want to be able to keep pace and fairly represent what you're charging to new development. And that was our brief presentation.
Okay. Thank you for that. Questions, comments? So the goal tonight, we're not adopting this tonight. We're giving staff direction as they draft a new ordinance that'll come back to us for first and second reading. They basically want to get as close to that bullseye as possible, so we're just looking for some guidance. Are we willing to do a phased approach? Are we wanting to go with the recommendation as presented? Looking for some stuff. We do get another bite at the apple, but we just don't want to get caught in this. They bring us back an ordinance, we send them back to change that, et cetera. Is that basically where we're at?
That's correct.
Okay. So with that, let's provide some guidance.
I'll go ahead.
Commissioner McGurk.
Can you clarify a little more clearly what you mean by meeting the state statutes and laws?
Yes, absolutely. So we have a brief snippet of the statute here. You can see there's quite a few items. And the first one that's highlighted, most recent and localized data, it's not very well defined, it's not specifically defined, but your impact fees haven't been updated in many years. So if someone came to challenge, could you prove that your fees represent the recent and localized data that you're charging the fees to those developers?
Okay.
So that's one item.
Okay. Well, the way you said it, it made it seem like if we did not raise these fees, we were not meeting some kind of state statute requirement.
Okay.
Is that accurate or not?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Yes.
So we did actually raise the impact fees, and we added a COLA to it. So,
but that was for roads, right? It was we just did roads, and this is police, fire, and parks.
Well, it wasn't just roads. A few years, 3, 4, 5 years ago, something like that. We had an impact. We added COLAs. Now, my concern about this is, number one, I'd want to phase it in for direction for staff. The other thing is, as I have kind of harped on a lot, these are throwing a blanket over everything. And one of the concerns that I have, and what makes New Smyrna so unique, is all the different eclectic small businesses we have. And you've heard me preach that if we don't want all the formula changed, and the question is, and we outcost the ability for the small business person to be able to open up stores in here. We chase away, you see the restaurants. We have very high restaurant impact fees. That doesn't help the small business person who tries to come in and open up, and I can sit here all night and talk about all the great restaurants we have. So my concern overall with this is, what are we doing? How can we separate the small business person from the, quote, developer? Is that possible? Because when we talk about having single-family housing, and we're up near the top, that's great, until one of our residents come in and wants to build a home or put an addition on, and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe what we're being charged. So it does matter, and it's not easy to, it's not just passing it on to quote the developer, because you or I, when we go into the city to apply for a permit, become the developer. So my biggest concern on this is small businesses with the commercial side of it. Is there a way to be able to break that out, to somehow have a different set of impact fees on maybe the size of a project?
Well, so if it is by square feet. So if it's a smaller footprint, they will pay less per, because there would be less square feet. It would be the same rate per square foot. For certain businesses, there is data available for adding additional land uses based on traffic counts and the functional population approach. We could work with Brian and staff to look at having certain components to your ordinance that would allow for alternate calculations if they can demonstrate that their footprint, their demands on the traffic counts may be less than what's demonstrated by the restaurant calculation that we used. That there could be an alternate calculation, but it's on the same basis.
Okay.
To accommodate them.
Is there anything that prevents us in state statute from somehow trying to separate out certain size other than the square footage?
You do need to treat all development on the same playing field. So I'm trying to think if there's a good example of.
Well, no, I get it.
Restaurant
and that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
In other words, what I'm trying to do is not have it on the same playing field. And I appreciate your comments, because I think that kind of hits the bullseye. Because if I'm a big developer going to put in 1,200 homes, and I'm one person who comes in and wants to build one single family home, we're treated the same.
Yes.
Thank you. So I don't want to beat this thing up tonight, but when we raise the impact fees, I just want to make sure that we all understand the impact, no pun intended, that it's not just evenly distributed. It's not easy to digest, especially in a community where we like to be small and eclectic. We love the different, unique retail shops and restaurants, the different things we do. So.
Okay. Commissioner Hartman, I think I saw you.
I'll pass.
Okay. Commissioner Colodi, I saw your hand up, and then I'll come to you, Vice Mayor.
The fire and police, I can understand that. That's a reasonable bringing the fees up to date. Recreation is a really significant number to change. We have a lot of PUDs, a lot of residential homes being built within PUDs that have their own recreational facilities within them. Do your calculations take that into account?
Typically, those are going to be smaller parks. Now, if you have more significant parks that are within those communities, they could qualify for credits if it's considered a neighborhood or more of a citywide park that really people from all around the city would travel to. That's the type of parks that are being funded by the impact fee typically.
Okay, for the most part, they're smaller parks. There's no doubt they're neighborhood type parks. But there's no prohibition from any city resident going to them. They're not, for the most part, gated communities. So there could be a provision where those developers could make an application to reduce the impact fees, which of course they pass on to the homeowner, to the purchasers. Is there any way that can be taken into account?
If they were developing larger parks in their communities, that may attract more than just the homes inside their community, they could qualify for impact fee credits because basically you have your citywide park network that You're building, major parks. You have parks that have significant area and they're attracting people from all over, and you're upgrading and improving those to provide more facilities and amenities. So if a developer comes in and just puts in a one lot park, that's not really offsetting your need to provide these other facilities. But if they were coming in and putting a more significant park, they could potentially qualify for, hey, if you guys do this, we don't need to build this 40-acre park across the street that we were planning. We can now build a 30 or 35 and reduce our costs, so we can get you in on the savings because you're making the additional investment.
Okay. Commissioner McGurk had a valid concern about small businesses. If I happen to have a bakery that has 1,000 square feet and I go out of business and a shoe repair company comes in, do they pay impact fees? Change in use.
It would seem that was no, I don't. They would be a lower use.
So that wouldn't be a real problem with the small businesses. It would be an opening problem if someone opened a strip mall and they had a small facility, but once again, that's not an existing small business with a problem.
Right, if it's a new strip mall, they'll pay. If you're just kind of changing use within a strip mall, that's kind of a policy decision a lot of times on whether it really qualifies as redevelopment or if it.
Correct, that's something that I think we should look at, because it is small businesses are getting attacked in all directions. So I don't want to. A guy converts into, let's say, a restaurant from something else or upgrades it. He's hit with all kinds of charges for sewer upgrades, so on and so forth. And I don't necessarily think an impact fee should be added to that. So I would like to see our proposed ordinance make it very clear that that's not our intention. It's basically for pure new construction.
Right. Yeah, I think you're in a state where the brand new development from ground up is really what's causing the demands on these services. A little bit of change of use in existing isn't likely to be causing major demands on the services. So I think as a policy, you can.
Right, and just I read through most of your report, and I can see how it's geared towards the like the gas stations and the frequent user type of things, which would be used by the homeowners. As those rates are going up, and some of the other ones are going down pretty significantly too. So it's a tough balancing act. But I think it did a good job. I would just like the small business aspect for existing ones to be protected clearly. They probably are, but make it more clear.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since your study was pretty comprehensive, I had two concerns, especially when I saw the dollars. Did you compare our lag of approximately 17 years, if I'm correct, where we didn't raise impact fees to other cities? Did they have similar lags, or is there a better model that we can use that we don't have to hammer people all of a sudden because we're behind?
Right. We didn't specifically, when we did the comparison, look at how long it's been since other communities had updated their fees. But I will say, with the changes to the statute, a lot more people are starting to update their fees, and it's very common that in the early 2000s was the last time we see updated fees. And some communities have annual escalation factors built in. A lot don't. So that is something that can be considered, tying it to a construction cost index that increases each year by a published amount.
So impact fee raises can be driven by several things: infrastructure failing, need for more due to increased population. If I'm correct, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. And possibly back in '04, it was political will or policy not to raise fees all this time. Now we're in a crunch.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely potentially. And if the fees were updated at a time where you didn't have the commission at the time didn't have a good plan in place to improve the parks, or there wasn't an emphasis on growth paying to improve the parks, that could easily contribute to the relatively very low fee that you currently have of $143. The parks impact fees for communities that have master plans have pretty well-defined improvement plans often range from $1,000 to $2,000 for residential units. And I don't think I mentioned it specifically, but the parks impact fees are not applied to non-residential development. It's only to the residential.
I mirror my colleagues in that concern for the big expense from 143 to 1,300. Just a statement.
Right, you can identify a multi-year
Yes.
phase-in. The only thing you can't do is charge more than the calculated fees.
Right.
You can definitely you can fully increase the police and fire, phase in the parks. You can phase them all in to some degree. That's definitely policy-driven decisions.
Okay. Couple questions real quick, couple for staff. You may have to look this up or you may have it. What is our current Parks and Rec fee fund balance? Isn't that like at or near zero last I checked?
We can have Natalia check
Yeah.
that
So-
momentarily.
Okay. And just so I'm correct, because I wanted to come back to what Commissioner McGurk had said, am I reading this right, that basically the last time we looked at this part of the impact fees, that was in 2004? And then we had put in a COLA, if you will, on top of that, but clearly, something was done different in 2004, and we probably didn't dig deep enough to know, did they adopt at the time in 2004 the recommended rate, if you will, or did they make some adjustment and say, well, recommended rate for Parks and Rec was X, but we're only going to take 50% of the recommendation or something? Do we know or not? It's okay to say no. It's 16 years ago, so. All right. Did you have something else?
A couple other, Mayor, I didn't want to interrupt. Had a couple closing comments.
Yeah, I've got a couple more questions if you want. Can we, so back to your kind of uses thing, if you would go to like slide 5-ish, I want to say, maybe. Kelly may have taken it back from you. So that one. So if we wanted to take something like this and say that we said, you know what, we really do value our restaurants and we want to make sure we're kind of incentivizing the kind of restaurant growth we want, or let's put it a different way, not disincentivizing. Could we take something like this and be as granular as saying we don't want to raise the restaurant slice of that, but the others we're okay with? Or does that get into some territory that makes you uncomfortable?
That specifically would kind of go against the charging everyone equitably, charging everyone the same. I will say one thing we can do is that there's different types of restaurants that are identified in the trip generation manuals. We can look at more of the sit-down quality type restaurants demands versus someone with a drive-through, and that may help kind of differentiate the type of restaurant and potentially could bring that $4.89 down a little bit for the kind of your typical local restaurant,
right,
and increase it for those that have the drive-throughs and even higher demands.
Okay. But what we obviously can't do, just for clarity for the public, is we can't say if the owner resides in Volusia County, that number's X. If they're outside of Volusia County, the number's $4.89. We can't do that.
Correct.
Yeah. Is there, this may be for Brian or you, if someone, this whole notion of like they come into a site that is a redevelopment type project, even if it's a change of use, if an impact fee has been paid previously, let's say they're converting it from retail to restaurant, do they pay the whole new fee, or do they get a credit based on what has already been paid in the past?
They get a credit for what was there. Even if that's being completely demolished, we would look at the delta between what's proposed and what was there.
Okay, gotcha. But if it's an existing restaurant that's being repurposed to a restaurant as long as the restaurant impact fee was paid at the time it was initially a restaurant, they're not going to pay the new rate.
That's
just 'cause
correct.
We changed this.
They would owe nothing.
Right. Okay. So really, the only impact of this is change of use and or greenfield development for that, that local restaurant or any restaurant. So the last thing, and you may not have dug deep enough into this, but that's such a huge leap on Parks and Rec. I look at the list of the amenities. I mean, the sports complex was here 16 years ago. A lot of this building wasn't. I know that's in the list. There's a lot of things that weren't, but a lot of things that were. Is there an explanation of the delta, or does that just beyond the scope of the study?
So it's a little bit beyond, because I don't know exactly what was in the
Okay.
prior study, but you have done significant improvements to kind of raise, we call level of service. You've raised the level of service over the past years by making investments in your parks. And now you have the master plan and additional improvements that are identified that growth shares in that cost. It is split between existing development and growth, and growth shares, but you've raised that level of service. You have significant amenities available, and plans to do additional improvements.
Okay. Natalia, any luck on that number? I know there's a difference in fund balance and everything. Do you have it?
The parks fund balance was $206,000 at the end of December, so I would consider that to be on the low end of where a parks impact fee balance would be when you look at the cost of some of the projects we're looking at.
Well, I just know. I mean, within the past recent memory, we have sat here talking about wanting to do some projects that would be very naturally paid for with Parks and Rec impact, and we didn't have enough. Even out of this 206, I think some of that is potentially encumbered, or certainly on the radar to be encumbered for some of these other projects we're talking about. So I guess the point I wanted to make is a lot has changed since 04. I mean, this is a huge increase, but a lot has changed since 04. I'm not even confident 04 was correct. Can't tell you whether it was, but I know a lot has changed, and the level of service has increased. And so, and it's interesting to note that the parks impact fee wouldn't have any impact on any of these numbers right up here, right?
Correct.
These are just police and fire. So, yeah, I mean, you're looking for clear direction what to put in an ordinance. I would say the restaurant one gives me pause. I'd love to come up with something as creative as we can legally come up with, because that is a particular kind of differentiating point for us as a city. If we could get to other use types that maybe, as the gentleman has recommended. I'm okay with a little bit of phasing, but it's also hard to argue that growth should pay its own way. I mean, how many times have we heard that when you talk to residents and you talk to anyone? I mean, that's kind of what everybody wants to see, is that growth is paying its own way, and here we have it in black and white that it isn't. That's what the data says.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Real quick before
Go ahead.
Commissioner McGurk. I'm
I saw
also
your hand
concerned, you have retail, small mom and pops, bad time to be raising them. Phasing in, if we have to, yeah, but Commissioner McGurk's concerns stretch from restaurants to small mom and pop businesses, and boy.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mary. I did get clarification. I was incorrect about the police and fire impact fees. The point I'm making is still stands between these impact fees and all the other impact fees that we have in the city. When you try to do something, it makes it very difficult. It's very costly. So I'm going to support this tonight, but I'm also going to work with staff when it comes back for some examples, because I think it's important for us to see what it looks like when a small business person tries to come in under a few of those circumstances, so we can get an idea of what that total financial impact is. Because if you look at this one or two taxes is great, or impact fees.
Yeah.
When you have 10, 12, 15, it becomes a tremendous burden to overcome. And then we get into, of course, we want good environmentally sound development. That is a whole nother aspect that drives those costs up. So that's why I get very touchy about it, because as the gentleman stated, we don't get to separate the difference between a big developer and a small business person trying to come in and make a go of something. And we end up losing in the long run what we love so much, which is all that eclecticness in a small community like this. Thank you.
And your point is well made. Here's where my thought goes on that. A lot of the small businesses I see start, and that's why I kind of drilled in on how does it work when they're going into an existing place. Because a lot of them, they're not coming in, buying vacant property and building from the ground up as a true small local. They've got funding from somewhere. They got some VC or something behind them to some capital partners in there to make it possible. So your true, not true, I'd say, but a lot of your small local businesses, they're gonna start out using some existing space. And so I don't know how much of an impact this would have. And I guess my worry is, look, I'm passionate about that cause, but I don't want to miss, for every one of those that we have, I got hundreds of units being developed in other capacities by the big outside developers. And so I don't want to not do the right thing by our residents today and future residents by collecting the right fees on all of that because of these one-off cases, which I get it. It's very near and dear to my heart, the small business owner. But that's the tough part of this. I mean, ideally, I'd have a separate column there that genuinely said, lives in Volusia County. That'd be glorious. It'd solve all our problems.
I tried.
Yeah. So staff, I don't know if you've gotten clear direction. I wasn't really tracking. I think I heard a lot of people that said kind of, not overly comfortable with it. But so I think maybe we just come down the line one time real quick, give staff your clearest direction you can on, do you want them to come back with it as is? Do you want to see it be some kind of a phased? They need some direction to give us something as a first reading. Commissioner Colodi, we'll start with you and come down.
Well, based on the responses that I received, I think the case has been proven that these are fees that are as accurate as you can calculate. I would recommend that we implement them one time right now, no phasing it in. In effect, phasing it in is you're pushing it down the road. We're coming out with a Parks Master Plan, which I think is going to show us that we need these funds for these new areas to put the improvements in. We can't use the money to fix up the parks we have. We've taken that on our shoulders already, and we're pretty far along in that. So if we're going to have anything new come in, it's got to be fully paid for, and it should be paid for by the new people coming into town. I don't share the concern on the restaurants. Basically everything that's there is fine. They're protected. If somebody's coming in and building a new, large pizza place or something in a new building, yes, they should pay because they're going to generate a lot of traffic and a lot of use. It's not a traffic impact fee. They'll pay for that separately. But all those people coming into town will be using our recreational facilities also. So I support it as it's presented.
So one vote for as it's presented. Commissioner or Vice Mayor Sachs, as it's presented, phased.
I'd like to see it phased. I understand Commissioner Colodi's opposition to phasing. You're still behind the 8 ball, if I'm correct. You're not really jumping ahead and getting where you have to be if you phase.
Well, basically what I'm saying, it's been shown to me that our fees, especially for the residential, are very far behind. There's many years that they stayed the same without any improvements. There was a cost of living added. I think it was added to these particular fees also. I know it was with the roads. But we got to catch up. Just look, we approved something for $45,000 for playground equipment. We have $200,000 in the fund that we've collected over the years. We're behind.
It does give me heartburn, though, to think about the small business and with this big jump. a new home built in a development is easier to swallow. You know, it's the time we're asking for it. These are hard times. Maybe not for big developers, I don't know. But for small mom and pops, I'd like to see more exploration. I hate to kick the can down the road.
Okay, so
on the fence.
So one for now, one for phased.
Yeah.
I'll come back for details if we need it. Commissioner McGurk, now phased. What are your thoughts?
I'm going to go ahead and support this as the motion is suggested because the Parks and Rec would not affect the small business. It would be the homes. Correct? I got that right?
Yes.
I'm deeply concerned about the huge jump. And when we say right away, what about people who are putting in a site plan? I mean, I don't want to miss the brand new homes in a big subdivision.
So
there's a number of people who are coming through.
It's a 90-day window, right, or something like that?
Yeah.
That's correct. Any increase has to wait 90 days, but when the ordinance comes back, you can also set what a desired effective date for not just the parks, police, and the fire as well. You could extend it further out. And this would be for permits that are they're charged at the time of permit issuance. So, you know, we can work on that timing as well.
I just want to make sure we don't catch individuals who are trying to set up contractors, financing, everything else, and then all of a sudden change it on them. And they have another a few $1,000s more they have to come up with at the last second. So I can support the motion, but when it comes back to us, I'm gonna want some answers on that, on how we're going to protect some individuals from getting some sticker shock when they believe they're getting all their ducks in a row and then we change it on them. I want to make sure we don't do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Hartman, now or phased?
Now.
Now. Okay.
I have a question about the slide, though, because according to your slide, the only one who actually will increase under the new proposal will be the restaurants. Everybody else is decreased.
And gas.
Gas station as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed that one.
And yeah, everyone else will go down.
But your office, your retail are going to go down. They're going to be less. So I do like the idea, though, of maybe breaking out the restaurants. If there was a way to do the sit-down versus the fast food. I don't know how much that would get into, but I think there is a little bit of a difference there. I would support doing it now as opposed to later.
Okay. I would also support now, as I've indicated. I think Commissioner Hartman pointed out something, and I was going to mention it. That there, just like there may be some disincentives, if you will, we are making it easier to develop other types of usage, which I have heard we could use more of in the city in some cases. So I certainly wish we had done the gas station thing a little while back, because I think we've built every type of gas station possible at this point. So, and to your point about the kind of single-family homeowner, actually everyone, we do have item 7C, which is going to be an interesting counterpoint to this one. And so my last thing, we've asked a couple times about this breakout of restaurants. I don't want to see this punted where we have to now spend a ton more money doing more consulting and then wait more months. And is that something we could do fairly easily with the current data set, or does that delay this and cost us more money?
Yes, we can do that with no delay.
Okay. So I think I have heard enough from the commission supporting now on a first reading, but giving some options possibly on breaking out a use, and that may be something we have to sort out at a first reading. So. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And to be clear, we didn't make a formal motion on that. We were giving direction based on consensus, and then there will be a chance to formally vote on this item when it comes to us as an ordinance. Okay, item 7C, building fund discussion. Brian.
This item, we're looking for further direction on how to bring our building fund to make sure we stay in compliance with state statute. And in 2019, the legislature adopted a statute saying that we could not carry forward an amount exceeding the average of our operating budget in the building department for the previous 4 fiscal years. And the requirement was vague. It said that excess funds, any excess funds have to be used to rebate and reduce fees. Doesn't say when, doesn't say how much. It just says rebate and reduce. So our building fund is at risk of having a carried forward amount in excess of our average operating budget. At this moment in time, due to investments we've made with, thanks to the commission's approvals, is that we are at a point now where our monthly operating expenditures are approximately equal to our monthly revenues. So we've reached the point where we're revenue neutral today. The problem is we're carrying a fund balance that's significant, and we need to reduce it. As you recall, on January 12th, we adopted a program that would give relief, but it would not give building permit relief to any new development. And while that would be beneficial, it wouldn't really take the dent that we need in that fund balance to help us gain compliance. It would keep us at risk. So we have a recommended program that builds on that. I'll briefly go over it tonight. And the key part is we highly favor doing a forward-looking reduction program as opposed to going back and doing any type of rebate program. Several reasons for that. First is going back would take a considerable amount of staff time for both finance and building. We just adopted an entirely new system. Is just going back and doing a rebate would be very time consuming. Reducing fees going forward, as we're about to recommend, is an aggressive strategy, but it also gives us some flexibility that in case there are unforeseen expenses, perhaps some capital expenditures that are eligible for building funds, or changes in market conditions, we have the ability to adjust going forward. And then finally, a potential rebate program going back is potentially unfair. Those rebates would go to the contractors who paid the permit fees, but not necessarily back to the homeowners who actually funded the permits for the improvement. So it's potentially unfair. So what staff's recommending is a program consisting of the following: is first, reduce building permit fees for all permits, including new development, for an initial period of up to 6 months at $5,000 per parcel. After 6 months, we'd evaluate the building fund, determine if the continuation is needed. We're projecting needing at least 12 months of that reduction program to get us into compliance. And then also during that program, we would review internally our own fees just to make sure that going forward that they're the right fees, that they're balanced, that they're fair, they meet statute. So we recommend moving forward with a 12 or a 6-month building permit fee reduction program. We think that'll get us in line with compliance, certainly protect us from further claims that we would be out of compliance. We did identify a couple other ideas in the staff report. I won't go over those, but be glad to take any questions at this time.
And the 5,000, by the way, does not include the impact fees. Impact fees will be excluded from this. So basically, it's just the building permit fee.
So I want to make sure this is really clear, and I'm going to say it probably a couple of times. It's going to be a read my lips, no new taxes kind of moment here, because I've made it very clear to staff, we talked about it before, the full message of this isn't going to get carried on social media. The message is going to get out there to the residents is that the city of New Smyrna Beach, in a pro-development move, reduced its cost of development in the city. Paused its impact fees or its permit fees in a pro-growth move. I mean that's the narrative. Mark my words. What I hope that anyone under the sound of my voice would help us reiterate is the very first thing Brian said. July 2019, Florida statutes were amended in part to read. Florida statutes have come in, and I literally hung up with a legislator 10 minutes before this meeting, and I told him we were going to be talking about this, and I told him I have no choice. I have to explain to my residents. They elected many of us, probably all of us, with a singular focus on helping to maintain and control to the extent we can legally what is happening in our city, and yet now we have things like this that are coming down from on high prohibiting us from doing that. So I just want to be very clear. I think that the right thing for us to do is to take staff's recommendation. I don't think that's the right thing for us to do as a city. I think it's the right thing for us to do to avoid getting in trouble with the state legislature. And I can tell you we're on the radar. I have also talked to state legislators. They have been approached by folks in the development community and basically said that they're aware that our building fund balance is out of compliance right now with this 2019 statute, and they're kind of waiting to see what action we would take. So with one or both hands tied behind our back, I think this is the approach we have to make. I think we as a commission, we as citizens, we as staff have to do a real full court press on making sure we get the right message out as it comes to what this is and what this isn't, and why we're doing this, and why we're being, if you will, kind of forced to do this. So I have more I could say on that, but I just wanted to get that out so we're very crystal clear on that. Any other comments on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I just am concerned that we're negating, or the Florida statute negated what we're trying to do by raising impact fees. It's like find 20, lose 20.
So, yeah, I mean, it's two different funds is the key. And the building, the permit fees go into a building fund that has to be used to further the continuation of the building department serving those people that are building. Impact fees go to fund police, fire, parks, roads, the very specific purpose, and they go into buckets that have to only be used for those. And there are very much rules and regs about that. We heard the consultant talk to us about that. We're in full compliance on those. But yeah, it does feel a little bit like the two moves we just made, sending kind of mixed signals, if you will. But yeah.
And I asked our assistant manager, did we have any other options? I don't think we did we?
Not feasible.
Many cities are struggling with this very issue, and some have had rebate programs, some have implemented changes, so it's a challenge.
A rebate program. I wanted to do a rebate program. I can't do that to our team. It would be a nightmare to administer. I mean, as much as I want to do that, that feels better, and at the end of the day, I don't think it accomplishes anything different. It feels better to me, but it wouldn't make its way all the way back to the purchaser of the home. So, Commissioner Colodi, I think I saw your hand up.
Well, first, I fully support what the state law is, because our building department should be cost neutral. We've been collecting a lot of extra money. If the developers are complaining they're paying too much, they can certainly build less. So we have to become cost neutral. We will look at that over the next 12 months, and it should be very clear to everybody out there, this reduction in fees is only for existing developed properties, our residents here. It's not for a vacant piece of land that someone wants to build a house on. I fully support.
Hang on. We got to correct that, because that is the case. This would be for a vacant piece of land somebody wants to build a house on.
No, it says developed properties.
Our proposal would just be, and I apologize if it wasn't clear 100%, it would be to add all permits. So that's what's the bulk of the revenue that's coming in is for new development. So what we're recommending is adding that in so that therefore we can take that dent in the fund balance, existing and
okay, so basically your fourth paragraph doesn't say what you just said. It says permit fees for existing developed properties.
The staff recommended program says including new development. The very last sentence on that page, reduce for all, including new development. That is probably carryover from the last time we talked about this, when we had them change it to exactly that. But yeah, this is all including new development.
I prefer it the other way, but
well, we already passed that the other way.
We got to do it.
So
I know we didn't pass it, but
yeah,
I still support it.
Okay. Comment? Yes.
So Kyle O'Brien and I met with the Volusia Buildings Association. And in that 30, 45 minutes that we were there, this came up 3 different times, 3 different ways. They brought this before us and discussed it. So it is on the radar. And with the other cities that are doing this within the county, it even brings it more to light because they're seeing some reductions, rebates, in other cities, so they know it's coming forth. My question, though, is, I'm sorry, Chris, I have to put you on the spot here, but if the law actually says rebate and reduce fees, it doesn't say rebate or.
Let me pull this item up real quick. I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Microphone on? There we go. Okay.
I think out of deference to Chris and to avoid putting him on the spot, perhaps we'll make whatever actions we take tonight, and then if Carrie comes back and has any concern with and versus or, we can perhaps readdress it at that time. I don't want to make him interpret a state law on the spot right here.
I appreciate that.
I think the
I
struggle.
mean, yeah, that's my only concern because it's in quotes, so I would assume if the statute actually says rebate and reduce, then I don't know that we can get away without some form of rebate. So I would just like to get that cleared before we, finalize a program that may still be in jeopardy. So,
okay,
but I do support it.
All right. So the staff recommendation, just so we're clear, is the reduction as outlined on the top of that. There were some additional options outlined, but that the proposal from staff was the reduction 12 months to be authorized in 6-month increments. To have a motion on item 7C.
Make that motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. To be clear, that was a motion to accept staff's recommendation. And of course, if there's any concerns from legal, based on what Commissioner Hartman has brought forward, they would bring that back to us at that time. And a motion and a second. City Clerk, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk? Vice Mayor Sacks?
No.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 7D was removed, so that brings us to item 8A. All right, we'll move on. Item 8A. Variance appeal. This is an appeal of a variance application that was denied by P&Z for property at 3010 Turnbull Bay Road. Ryan, or Chris, sorry.
Briefly, I would like to point out that the newly revised Section 2-148 land use matters will apply to this item. This means that while we will still hear from the public and take testimony, there is no need to swear in any witnesses unless requested by a party or a party intervener. The City Commission shall assign weight and credibility to any testimony given as it deems appropriate. Additionally, no person is precluded from communicating directly with a member of the City Commission, and disclosure of such communications is not required, and any non-disclosure shall not be presumed prejudicial to the decision. The decision made tonight must be supported by competent substantial evidence in the record pertinent to the proceeding. That being said, in recognition to the transition we are in, the applicant has been provided with any ex parte emails the Commission has received, should any exist, and I would ask that the applicant acknowledges receipt of those emails at the time that they come forward. Additionally, this is, I believe, the first time that we're applying county code in addition to city, because this is a variance for the ISBA region. So I would ask that any commissioners who have any ex parte communications would disclose them at this time.
Commissioner Colodi, anything to disclose on this item?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None. Sorry, none.
Commissioner McGurk?
None.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yeah, I was present at the Planning and Zoning Board meeting when this item came up, so.
Okay. And I have none as well.
So further, I'll ask you each the following question. I'll start with Commissioner Colodi. Will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight in this item?
Yes, I will.
Vice Mayor Sacks, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight in this item?
Yes, it will.
Mayor Owen, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight in this item?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight on this item?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman, Will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given on this item?
Yes.
The commission may now proceed with the item.
Okay. First here from the city, Mr. Mathen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The applicant has requested an appeal of a variance application that was denied by the City Planning and Zoning Board. The variance request is to reduce the required side yard building setbacks on both sides from 25 feet to 15 feet, and to deem the parcel as a buildable lot to allow a new single-family home. The subject property consists of approximately 0.4 acres. It's zoned to County A3, which is transitional agriculture. The subject property is located in the unincorporated area of Volusia County, which is subject to the interlocal service boundary agreement between the City of New Smyrna Beach and Volusia County. The parcel is Lot 12 of the Pine Bay subdivision that was platted in 1957. The parcel is currently vacant, but had a previous house that was constructed in 1987 and then demoed in 2012. That previous house was approximately 4 feet from the west property line, sideline, and approximately 12 feet off the east side property line. The County A3 zoning requires side yard setbacks of 25 feet from the side property lines. Since this legally platted lot is only 70 feet in width, full compliance with the side yard setbacks would only allow for a 20-foot wide house or a modular home. The applicant is seeking to build a 40-foot width house centered on the lot, which would require the side yard setbacks to be reduced from 25 feet to 15 feet. The intent behind requiring large setbacks in the County A3 zoning district is due to the minimum requirement of a 1 acre lot with a minimum width of 150 feet. Staff believes that this would allow for reasonable use of the parcel and recommends approval from the City Commission. And subject to any questions the City Commission may have.
Member of the commission wish to question Bob.
After I hear the applicant,
Okay.
I would then like to ask Bob questions, possibly.
Okay. All right. Is the applicant here to speak on this item? Yes. Come ahead. Good evening. You do not have to be sworn in now.
Okay. Please raise your right hand.
They don't have to be, do they?
I think that since this is an application of county code, that this section, we would still require them to be sworn in.
Good. All right. You are being sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Thank you.
I assumed you would have anyway, so. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so your first, if you had any questions for Bob, and if not, you can proceed with your presentation, kind of telling your story, and then you'll stick around. We may have some questions for you when you finish.
I just wanted to make a quick, just a statement.
If you wanted to, I know it mic's kind of in between you. We have people watching that like to hear, so just make sure you're talking into it, or you can even take it out and hold it if you're comfortable.
I just wanted to assure everyone that nothing that we plan to do will in any way disturb the nature of the property or the property surrounding us. If anything, it will only add value. Everything around us is changing, growing. Not even a half mile from that property, there's a subdivision with $600,000 homes being built in there. Certainly the addition of 10 feet on either side of our family structure is not going to have any impact at all on the neighbors, the community, or even the environment. The only impact it will have is to our family and how we are allowed to enjoy it. We are local business owners operating a restaurant here on the New Smyrna Edgewater city line for the last 6 years. We'd like the opportunity to deepen our roots here and embrace the community in a positive way. We hope that you can see that our intention is only to add value for our family, but also for the neighborhood surrounding us. Most of the, if you know that area at all, most of the structures on there are no longer agricultural in nature. There's a lot of residences, and we just want our home, which would just be a traditional structure, to fit in with the surrounding homes of that area. So we feel like the actual making a home at just 20 feet would actually do the opposite of that because of the growth that's happening in that area and the homes that are about to come in there. The houses right down the street are selling for $1.5 million. The subdivision, like I said, down the street is, selling homes at $600,000. Yeah, and up. So I feel that it would fit with the neighborhood.
Yes.
we are just wanting to put in a traditional looking house centered on the lot, and that way, with the 15-foot setbacks, emergency vehicles can get behind and get around. It's easily accessible as opposed to the property that was there before. It only gave you 4 feet. So we're going to basically just try to make a traditional looking neighborhood style house is what we want.
Okay. All right. Any questions of the applicant from the commission? Yes.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Oh, yes.
Scott Buckingham, 16 Chip Lane.
Okay.
Mara Blaze, 16 Chip Lane.
Thank you.
Commissioner Colodi.
Yes, I did look at all the documents on file, and I see you want to build a house that's 40 feet wide and 30 feet deep. Did you ever consider building one 30 feet wide and 40 foot deep? Give you the same size of building footage and more fit into the zone requirements.
That has crossed our mind, to be honest. But, you know, when we discuss with a few builders, they're like, you know, 40 foot is a typical average width of houses out there. Let's, you know, try to do 40 feet. But since we were locked in at 20 feet, we're just trying to figure out what we need to do.
Yeah, I can understand the problem with 20 feet, 20-foot wide house. Unless you're in New Orleans and building a shotgun house, it wouldn't be appropriate. But I would be much more comfortable if the house was turned 90 degrees. It would give you better access to the rear. You could get a better driveway. You could put a garage in the back. You could do whatever.
He's saying 30 feet wide and 40 feet deep instead of going 40 foot. Yeah,
Let's get some other commission comments, and we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Commissioner McGurk.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. I have no questions for the applicants. I have questions for Bob, so at this time I'll hold.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Got it. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. Stick around. We may have other things for you. So, say grab a chair somewhere close. All right. Bob, sorry, this is a public hearing, so we'll now hear from any members of the public wishing to testify on this item. Members of the public seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll now hear from city staff. Any closing comments, and then we'll open it up to some questions of staff real quick.
Right now, I have no closing comments.
Okay. I think we had some questions for you. I know you had one.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, in the ag zoning, it's supposed to be 1 house per acre, if I understand correctly?
Well, the future land use there is rural. And so with the rural future land use, it's supposed to be one unit per 5 acres, but it can be reduced to 1 unit per acre if you have a neighborhood within 660 feet of that property that has a zoning that's 1 per acre or less. So with the other subdivisions that are in that area, they would meet the criteria for 1 per acre. That's another reason for when we talked to the Volusia County, our counterparts over there, about the application, because at first we didn't know if we were going to process it or if they had to process it. They told us that we had to process it, and that not only for the variance, but we'd also have to have a variance to consider it as a buildable lot for a single-family home, so that it doesn't have an issue with the future land use that the county has associated with it. So the variance is really for 2 things. One, reduce setback, and then deem it as a buildable lot. They told us that's the way they would process it if it was going through their channels. We did talk to them extreme with it, and staff, our counterparts, actually said that if they were processing it, they would have recommended approval at their end through their process. But because of the ISBA, we had to process it through us.
So the question I have is, this is a platted lot, correct?
That is correct. It was platted in 1957 prior to any zoning district being applied to it.
Thank you. You got right to my next question. Thank you. There's other properties around it that are not developed at the 1 unit per 5 acre or the 1 unit per acre?
Yeah, there are other properties that have been developed for less than the 1 unit per acre. Some other properties have, more than 1 lot, But this lot happens to be like one of the last ones left that wasn't combined or developed, other than the small house that was built there in 1987.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments of staff? Bob, one question. Did this had to go through some kind of a notification process for people in the immediate area? They got notified that this was happening, and
that is correct.
Could have shown up tonight if there were concerns from the
Correct.
neighborhood.
The notifications had to be sent out not only for the Planning and Zoning Board hearing, but also we sent them out, had them sent out for this one as well.
Did any neighbors or residents? I wasn't at the P&Z. Did anybody speak to it at the P&Z besides the applicant in the city?
I don't believe we had anybody come out at P&Z from the neighborhood. We had some concerns from the Planning and Zoning Board members, and that's why the appeal came to this direction, because there was not a favorable approval of it.
Yeah, and I'm about to get to that, but okay. So, but from neighborhood standpoint, we haven't had anybody. We certainly didn't have anybody tonight. Now, P&Z denied any. You're not speaking for P&Z, of course, but any. And what was their primary concern? Is there something I'm?
Yeah, so the vote count back at the Planning and Zoning Board, we had 1 vote yes and 6 voted no. The main issues were they felt that the lot is still buildable under the current setbacks, just not the home as wide as the property owners wished. Another issue they had was the eastern lot line could be adjusted to create a wider lot. They suggested them to purchase more property to try to make this a bigger piece of parcel. And some of them just didn't believe that the application met the actual criteria of a variance. And so we had a lot of mixed questions that came out from that board.
Okay. And I imagine that criteria is probably the fact that the conditions or circumstances are not necessarily peculiar to that land, because there's other plats around it that are similar.
We didn't feel that the condition was created by the current property owner, the new property owner, or the previous property owner. We actually felt the condition was imposed by the county by actually putting an agriculture zoning district over a platted subdivision that probably should have been residential.
Got it. Okay. So that's kind of the counterpoint to. So it's not that they're necessarily wrong. I mean, you could make that argument that this piece of property does, those conditions are not necessarily peculiar to that land, because isn't there a vacant lot right next to it that I see in the?
There is also another lot that's vacant that's not been developed.
So if somebody bought that tomorrow, wanted to build a 40-foot wide home, they'd be in this exact same scenario.
They would be in the same scenario, yes.
Okay. So that argument could be made that the conditions are not necessarily peculiar to that land, but certainly peculiar to that kind of block of land that's right there in that area.
That's correct.
Okay. No other questions. Other questions?
Yeah, just a question for Bob. I took a look through the various zoning requirements. Are there any zones out there nearby to this, either county or city, that have a side yard less than 25 feet? Required minimum.
There is a county zoning district that's further to the west. That would be the district that's RR, rural residential. I believe has a less setback. It's just, it seems like this area was just overlaid with the A2 zoning, and there are large parcels in that area. And then if you get further away, there's actually A3. Staff just felt that it seemed like this small subdivision that was platted, and it's a legal platted subdivision. It wasn't by meets and bounds. That we just felt the incorrect zoning was applied at the time, and it didn't seem like it was a problem in the past, because you had people buying more pieces of property, but now you're down to 2 small lots, and so now it's affecting not only this current property owner, but whoever the future property owner next door could be affected as well.
Thank you. I just, I have no difficulty finding this as a buildable single-family lot at all. That's fine. I do just have a difficulty with that substantial reduction from 25 to 15 feet. I could support it at 20 feet. It's kind of a compromise between what's been put on the paper. Of course, it would have to be I'd like to see the applicant agree to that too, but I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask them.
Yeah, I don't know either, and I don't know where the rest of the commission's at, so I don't want to force them to agree to something that may not even be where we're headed. So, Commissioner, go ahead.
So just to make a point, 2 meetings ago, we approved 5-foot setbacks in a subdivision. And we were all hammering and clamoring about, oh, we wish it would be 7.5. Now this guy wants to do 15 feet, double what we are all arguing for 2 meetings ago. And to me, having listened to Bob's explanation, I agree. I think this was platted but zoned improperly through the county. Now, the county didn't want to take ownership of this. They put it on us because it's in the ISB. So to me, it's a reasonable request. And to go to ask somebody who has several months now, because they've been through the whole planning and zoning process, have kind of in their mind dreamed this house or have a vision, maybe even have talked to a builder, to say, oh, you need to turn your house 90 degrees, I think it's unrealistic. I would support the variance. And it's no disrespect to the Planning and Zoning Board, because they as individuals saw it differently and made some points that I think actually, in my opinion, didn't apply. But, that was them. I support this and at the 15-foot setback.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Brief statement. I have a concern that this was platted and then the zoning was applied over the plat. I have big concern about that, and due to that, I will be supporting this variance. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I typically am not a huge fan of variances, especially when it applies to larger scale things. I haven't heard from anyone that's concerned about this. Every neighbor was notified. They've had multiple opportunities to opine. I haven't heard that. It seems like it's in the scale of the neighborhood. Still, wouldn't be detracting from the neighborhood in any way. And yeah, I mean, it sounds easy to sit up here, but if you'd have told my wife when we were planning our home that she had ripped out of Southern Living and said, this is what we want to build, go turn that 90 degrees and make it 10 foot narrower. I don't think I can do that. So, I respect the work of planning and zoning. I think they raised some interesting points in this, from what I hear. But I think I can support this. I don't see. I guess I'm missing a reason not to support it, I guess, would be where I'm at. Yep. So we will. We'll close the quasi-judicial hearing. We heard from the applicant and the city. We all had a chance to ask questions. So to have a motion on this item.
Motion to approve.
Have a second.
I'll second, but for clarification, that's to allow the 15-foot setback and to determine that it's a buildable lot.
As staff recommended.
Okay. Second.
Okay. So I had a motion to approve the staff recommendation and a second. No other discussion. City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
No.
I'm sorry, I'll have to call that again. Vice Mayor Sacks?
No.
No.
Did you read me?
Commissioner Colodi?
No.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Variance has been approved. Item 8B, special exception 5-20, quasi-judicial for special exception to allow crematorium in the I-3 zoning district on Airway Circle. Assistant City Attorney.
Once again, briefly, I'd like to point out that this is the same newly revised Section 2-148 land use matters that apply to this item as well. That means that while we will still hear from the public and take testimony, at this time there is no need to swear in witnesses unless requested by a party or party intervener. The City Commission shall assign weight and credibility to any testimony given as it deems appropriate. Additionally, no person is precluded from communicating directly with a member of the City Commission, and disclosure of any such communications is not required, and any non-disclosure shall not be presumed prejudicial to the decision. The decision made tonight must be supported by competent substantial evidence in the record pertinent to the proceeding. Further, I'll ask you each the following question. Commissioner Colodi, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight on this item?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sachs, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight on this item?
Yes.
Mayor Owen, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight on this item?
Yes, but for clarity, I want to just add that I had a conversation and some interactions prior to that I will probably reference and bring into the testimony tonight. So
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Commissioner McGurk, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight on this item?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hartman, will your vote tonight be based solely on the written record submitted and the oral testimony given tonight on this item?
Yes.
The commission may now proceed with the item.
Yes.
Mayor, do I have to disclose who I spoke to? I had 3 conversations.
You do not. You're welcome to, but you do not have to.
You don't have to, with the caveat that you have to basically start with where we're at tonight. And so if any of that is going to impact it, you got to bring it forward tonight so that the applicant has a chance to
that I
rebut.
understand. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing any disclosures.
Yeah. No,
You're
that's
correct. I appreciate the request for clarification.
Yeah. No, this new change, and we'll eventually get out of having the DOS language, but this new change is actually much better and protects us from potential rampant lawsuits.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Question, ex partes need not be disclosed?
They do not have to be, as long as you are basing your vote tonight on the written record and the oral testimony that is heard tonight. So if there's an ex parte, meaning, hey, I talked to an expert from another state that said this, or I talked to an expert that gave me this piece of documentation, the applicant basically has to be able to hear that and know that and speak to that and examine it, et cetera. So you would have to disclose those items either now or as a part of the testimony so they have a chance to speak to that.
Well put, Mayor. Thank you.
Did I get it right? All right, thank you. Brian, we'll hear from you first, and then we'll hear from the applicant, and then we'll hear from the public. Start with Brian.
Kelly, if you could please pull up Exhibit A from the staff report. That's on page 455 of the agenda packet. It's the location map. Applicant property owner, Randy McHenry, 701 North Atlantic Avenue. This is a request for a special exception approval to allow a crematorium use in the I-3 Industrial Park zoning district at an existing building located at 1512 Airway Circle. The proposed crematorium would occupy approximately 5,000 square feet of the existing building, or about half of that building. The city's zoning districts include lists of standard permitted uses, and in most cases, there are uses in all of our zoning districts that require special exception approval by the City Commission. And just to back up a little bit before I get into the details of this case, when our staff reviews special exception requests, we focus on the primary question, the zoning issue of whether a particular use is appropriate for the location that's proposed. Other items that we may hear about some tonight, such as the owner, the operator, brand names, equipment used, these are subject to change that do not take precedence over the fundamental issue of whether this use meets the criteria in our code. So there are 3 criteria that we look at, and 2 of them are very straightforward. The first is that the requested use is listed as a special exception in the district. In this case, yes. Crematoriums are listed as a special exception in the I-3 zoning district. One item to note in that I-3 code, and this is important, is that at the time of a site plan submittal for anything in I-3, all developments must submit a signed and sealed engineering report from a qualified engineer stating that all of the performance standards in the I-3 district are met. And those performance standards in the code include things like odors, chemicals from the site, air quality, things that are associated with industrial uses as applicable need to come to us in a report. And that's separate from any permits that go to DEP or other entities. So that criteria has been met. The third criteria, which is straightforward, is that there's adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, sanitation, and so forth. This is an existing developed building. It has those facilities in place. That criteria is met. The critical one is the second criteria, and it's somewhat subjective, but it's that the requested use will not impair the character of the surrounding or adjoining districts, nor be detrimental to the public health, morals, or welfare. And this is where we focus our discussion on most special exceptions. In this case, all of the surrounding properties are designated for industrial uses. The nearest residential use is approximately 1,500 feet away. According to our research information from the Florida Department of Financial Services, there are 2 other crematoriums already licensed nearby. One's at 1490 Turnbull Bay Road, which is about 1,100 feet away from this location, and the other is at 1502 Industrial Drive, which is about 600 feet away. Based on staff's research, we found no code enforcement cases or complaints on file from these other 2 crematoriums. So staff's opinion is that this crematorium would not impair the character or the surrounding adjoining districts. Secondly, same criteria is crematoriums are regulated by Chapter 497, Part 6 of Florida statutes and are licensed and inspected through the Florida Department of Financial Services, Division of Funeral, Cemetery, and Consumer Services. So in this case, based on the location of the proposed crematorium and the state regulations in place, staff's opinion is that the requested use, if properly operated and inspected, would not be detrimental to the public health, morals, or welfare. Planning and Zoning Board reviewed this at the January 11th meeting and voted 6-1 to recommend the City Commission approve the special exception use, and staff tonight also recommends approval of the special exception.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Fields on his testimony? If not, we'll hear from the applicant and the public, and then we can come back to Mr. Fields for more questions.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, of
All right, go
Mr.
ahead.
Fields. In your studying the application for this use, was it found at all that even in the best circumstances and best practices, fumes, particulate matter, other chemicals, which I can describe, very lengthy, polychlorinated dibenzo, ethyl methyl bad stuff comes out of the flue? In the best situation, did you find that at any time or any reading of this type of use?
I would say we reviewed the permitting requirements. The answer to your question is no. Staff did not review the potential fumes coming out of how this operator would operate this crematorium, but we verified that the permit requirements and the inspections that would be required were such that they would follow the standards of crematoriums in the state of Florida, and those are the agencies that would govern that particular issue. Now, secondary to that, though, we do have that requirement in the I-3 that engineering report would address those types of issues, and that would be required before site plan approval. And second item I did that, we did talk to our own expert with Universal, an air quality expert that would be available to review that on our behalf. So we don't have that expertise in staff, but we would bring somebody in to review that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff before we hear from the applicant? All right, we'll now hear from the applicant.
My name is Garth McHenry, 701 North Atlantic Avenue, Suite 801, New Smyrna Beach. I'd like to thank the City Commissioners for your consideration for the special exception regarding the Baldwin Brothers Crematory. We would also like to thank the City Planning Department, who after careful consideration recommended passage of the special exception. We'd also like to thank the Planning and Zoning Board, after careful consideration recommended passage of the special exception. There are 3 points I would like to make in this regard. Number one, the space we are proposing is in the industrial section of New Smyrna Beach. We believe this to be that the industrial section, as opposed to, say, a residential section, is the appropriate location for such industry. Number two, according to research done by Forbes magazine, by the year 2035, adults 65 and over could outnumber children for the first time in American history. We are seeing a natural increase in the death rate. In addition, cremation is more popular Now then, burial. Again, Forbes points out that by 2040, projections suggest that 78.7% of people will choose to be cremated. There is a need for more crematory services. And number 3, the state regulates and monitors crematories. The Baldwin Brothers operations are set to not just meet state regulations, but will significantly exceed those regulations, which I will let them describe to you in more detail.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Not at this time. We'll go ahead and hear from him and stay close by.
Good evening, folks. My name is Skip Knopke, and I'm president of Baldwin Brothers. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and talk about our proposed crematory and the impacts that it could have on the city and the citizens here. I've brought along 2 people that are going to give short presentations. One is an environmental engineer who perhaps can answer the questions that you've asked Vice Mayor Sachs about what comes out of the stack, so to speak. And the other is one of our executives in the company, Evans Baldwin, who will tell you a little bit about Baldwin Brothers and other operations that we have around the state. So at this time, I'd like to ask Doug Bowman to come up and address the environmental issues first.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Bauman. I'm the owner and principal engineer of General Civil and Environmental Engineering. And approximately about a month ago, I was asked by Baldwin Brothers to assist them with their New Smyrna Beach hearings. I didn't accept that job right away after looking at the site and looking at the equipment that they were proposing. I then accepted the job. Periodically, I'm asked to get involved in situations such as this. The last time I was asked to represent a funeral home in a siting issue was in the fourth quarter of 2020. And again, I looked at that situation, and based on that situation, I declined to take that job. It wasn't from such a technical type of issue because these crematories have afterburners and they burn very clean. It's more of a conceptual issue, unfairly, quite honestly. I prepared a report that was submitted to the members here. I'm not sure if you got it. You should have got it about last Thursday or so. Your staff member who spoke first on this issue actually covered several of the topics that I wanted to briefly cover with you. So I happen to be a professional engineer since the mid-1990s. I have a master's degree from the University of Central Florida in environmental engineering. I'm going to read you the first page of this report that I wrote and submitted to your city. The purpose of this report is to provide members of the City Commission and the Mayor with information related to Baldwin Brothers Funeral and Cremation Society, proposed location, installation, and operation of a human crematory. Background: the proposed location is within an existing single-story building located at 1512 Airway Circle, New Smyrna Beach, Volusia County. The location is zoned I-3 Industrial Park and is within the Airport Industrial Park immediately south of New Smyrna Beach Municipal Airport. There are at least 3 industrial parks located in close proximity. 1, Airport Industrial Park; 2, Thomas Industrial Park; 3, Industrial Park in New Smyrna Beach. A New Smyrna Beach Fire Department is located within a third of a mile of the proposed location. Exhibit 1A shows the 1512 Airway Circle, New Smyrna Beach property and proposed crematory stack on that building. Staff has already covered the other 2 locations of crematories in that industrial park, Abaco's Crematorium and Dudley Funeral Home. I also verified on the DEP's Oculus document managed system that neither of those 2 cremation services had enforcement actions by the Florida DEP, which is the agency that permits, inspects, and enforces the regulations related to the crematorium facilities. When looking at Exhibit 1B, which would be the area of the industrial park and where the site is located, one would notice that the Baldwin Brothers location is near the heart center of the industrial parks. Also one would notice that the buffers provided between the proposed location and the nearest residence, including additional industrial facilities, Turnbull Bay Road, and railroad tracks and associated right-of-ways. Your staff commented that the nearest resident was 1,500 feet. Exhibit 1B, which is in this report, has radius circles around the stack, and that's about where there's a 1,500-foot radius circle on that exhibit that shows the nearest residence. Engineer's opinion of proposed location, having been practicing environmental engineering for nearly 30 years in Central Florida, including the design, training, and permitting of a wide variety of air pollution sources, including human crematories, it's my opinion that the reported I-3 zoned location, parentheses, an industrial park located adjacent to the municipal airport, is ideally suited for the proposed human crematorium. With that being said, in the report, Exhibit 2A, 2B, and 2C are aerial images of 3 other crematoriums in Volusia County. The reason that those were provided, they're all permitted through the Florida DEP and cited and operational. There's radius lines around those particular 3 other locations, and it shows that in those other locations outside of New Smyrna Beach, that single-family homes are located within 300, 400, some even 200 feet away. I'm sure all of you are aware of the acronym NIMBY, not in my backyard. I first heard that term when I was about 22 years old in a hazardous waste management landfill course. And the why in that, not in my backyard, I've always understood that to be someone's residential backyard. This is an industrial complex, and again, it's my opinion that it's perfectly suited for the cremation unit. Lastly, in this report, I provided a emission stack test on a human crematory. Now, that's not required by the Florida DEP. They may require it, but it's not an annual requirement or even a 5-year permit requirement. But there are stack tests out there for human crematoriums. I provided an excerpts from that in the report, and it shows the emissions of PM and CO and a few other primary pollutants well below the limits that DEP requires. Now, the limits that DEP requires in the general permit, they only limit PM and carbon monoxide. The stack test excerpts from a similar human crematorium show emissions of CO and PM well below the limits within the general permit. Additionally, compliance, again, DEP regulates, enforces, and inspects these units periodically. But they do require a visual observation test of the emissions from the stack every year. In addition to not finding any enforcement actions related to the 2 existing crematoriums, I also noted that the annual emissions reports from the 2 crematoriums that are there, at least the 2 that I looked at, were all 0 opacity values, meaning when the observer was looking at the stack, they could not see any blockage of light, which would represent some smoke. Well, a light smoke might be 5% opacity. A heavier smoke might be 15 or 20% opacity. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions of this witness?
Mayor, some questions. Sir, the chamber, the burning chamber, is fueled by natural gas
Or propane, yes.
or propane. Is it a practice for Baldwin Brothers to allow people to be cremated with objects, trinkets, baubles, special keepsakes? I know it's a practice that people do that. Is it common in that?
I can't speak on what Baldwin Brothers' practices are. I'm sure that they'd be happy to do that.
And my other concern is, well, you don't have particulate matter that you can see. Then there are the nanoparticles that you cannot see, particularly the one that scares me the most for our residents is mercury. And then there's a whole gamut of ethyl methyl bad stuff, we like to call it, in the fire service. And it does bioaccumulate in the tissue of people. It has, even though it's approved by the DEP, it's not a totally clean business. We allow businesses that are not totally clean, but I'm afraid that it may affect the health, safety, and welfare of people that live around it.
Is that a
Can you
question
speak to
or a
that?
statement?
Well, it could be a question if you care to answer.
Okay. Well, sure, I'll have a crack at that. So DEP limits only 2 pollutants from the crematoriums, okay? And that's carbon monoxide and particulate matter. Yes, there's emission factors for numerous pollutants from crematoriums. But the ones that you're speaking of, mercury, lead, some other things, stuff that bioaccumulates in human bodies and fillings, things like that. Those emission factors, I don't have a list of them here, but those particular emission factors that we refer to as toxic pollutants, they're 10 to the minus 5 and 10 to the minus 4 per ton or per pound of type 4 waste or human remains that are burned. So they're in my professional opinion, they're insignificant. Again, the emission factors, sure, it's there. You could possibly find it in an analysis, possibly. The large probability is that it's going to be below detection limit when you take air samples, but there are emission factors for those toxic pollutants. And again, they're 10 to the minus 3, 10 to the minus 4, 10 to the minus 5, very, very, very small emissions. I will read something out of one of the exhibits in here is from the Florida DEP, and let me get to it here. It's Exhibit 3, Florida DEP Human Crematoriums Information Handout. Just read the first paragraph. Human Crematoriums Informational Handout, Florida Department of Environmental Protection. What is the purpose of the Air General Permit Registration Program? That's the simple mechanism, by the way, that you get licensed for an animal crematorium air permit. The Department of Environmental Protection has established an Air General Permit under Rule 62.210.310.5C Florida Administrative Code for human crematoriums. By simply registering to use the Air General Permit, the owner or operator of an eligible facility is allowed to construct and operate the facility under the terms and conditions of the Air General Permit Rule. This last sentence is the one that I wanted you to pay attention to. There is no need for the owner or operator to incur the additional time and expense of applying for an individual air construction or operating permit. So there's many types of facilities, air pollution sources, that operate, and DEP has not seen the need to further regulate animal crematoriums. The modern animal crematorium has a secondary burn chamber, which is solely designed to burn the products of incomplete combustion from the initial chamber. So that the primary chamber is where the cremation is actually occurring, The secondary chamber, which in many cases is the same size as the primary chamber or even larger in volume, but typically always has a much larger burner in BTU rating. That whole chamber is just designed to burn the small particles that were not completely combusted in the primary chamber. So when you're looking at a stack, the vast majority of the time, the only thing that you'll see is heat waves. You won't see any smoke. I've provided a photograph on page, I think it was 6 of this report. Nope, I guess take that back. It was page 4 of the report. It's a photograph of 2 human crematoriums. This photograph was taken when I was doing a compliance test in 2019. The reason I included it was there were white and light gray clouds in the background behind the stacks. That's an ideal situation for reading visible emissions from a smokestack because there's contrast. And so I included that. Additionally, again, that was a 2019 photograph that I took during a compliance test. I also included that compliance test as an exhibit in this report that shows the same thing that the compliance test for the 2 existing crematories in those industrial park, all 0 readings on opacity or smoke, if you will. I hope that answered your question.
You did, thank you. But did I hear, Brian, was it said that the initial application can show equipment that can change? That
I was referring to, this is a use on the property, that you're not approving any particular operator, equipment, ownership group. That could change. The use runs with the land if approved.
Okay.
May I comment on that?
Sure.
There's many manufacturers of crematoriums.
Yes.
And they do vary, size of burners, volume of the chamber sizes. With that being said, however, the Florida DEP in the air general permit for human crematoriums does have design standards for the crematoriums. So it specifies, again, it establishes emission limits, but it also establishes secondary chamber temperatures, okay, that they be maintained at or above a certain temperature. It also establishes the need to data record those secondary chamber temperatures, and that record's kept on site for inspection purposes. It also establishes, probably the most important thing, is that the residence time of a piece of a particle or a small piece of air, that residence time be in excess of 1 second through the combustion zone. So that's the air general permit requirement. The unit that I've put in this package, which is the unit that I believe they have a contract to build with Keller Manufacturing out of Lakeland, that particular unit actually has a 2-second residence time, a safety factor of 2 in there of that. It has a 2-second residence time. So although the manufacturer may vary, whatever unit is installed has to meet the requirements, the operating and design requirements of the air general permit.
And just one more question, sir. The initial chamber where the body is burnt, the temperature, is it brought up to its maximum height before the body is put in, or is it the body put in and then the temperature is brought up?
Well, typically the body is put in the chamber, and then there is a restriction in the general permit that the secondary chamber must first be brought to temperature. Now, the secondary chamber, the secondary afterburner chamber, again, that's to burn off products of incomplete combustion. That must first be brought up to the minimum 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit before the primary chamber burners can be kicked on.
Thank you for answering the questions in your time.
Just one, sorry, do you have something? Go ahead.
What determines the height of the stack?
Well, typically regulations may determine the height of a stack. Okay, if there's ground level concentrations, ambient air quality concentrations that must be met. In other words, if you're in like Tampa, where you may be non-attainment for ozone or particulate matter, then there's going to be some ground level concentrations that must be met. And so,
say some of that again in layman's terms, because I didn't.
Say that again?
Say that again in layman's terms, if you can. The last sentence.
Some areas of Florida, very few, none in this area, have problems with ground level concentrations of particulate matter. Okay? But just, there's more industry there.
Yeah.
So the air is dirtier. And they're called the non-attainment area. And that's not, we don't have any non-attainment areas right around here at all.
Okay.
There's very few in Florida. So in those areas that are non-attainment for particulate matter, then part of that, the local regulations may be above and beyond the Florida DEP and may require that the facility demonstrate that particulate matter is going to be below the concentrations of the ambient air quality concentrations there. Okay, so that how does one reduce the concentrations at ground level? First off, you have a good unit, and you have the air general permit rules, and you have the temperature requirements of the secondary chamber. But then after that, you look at stack height. And as you increase the stack, the emissions are further dispersed, which reduces the ground level impacts of the particulate matter.
So, what will determine the stack height here?
Good engineering practice would determine the stack height. We currently think it's going to be either 26 feet or 30 foot. The building's
30 foot from the ground or from the roof line?
From the ground. The building is approximately 14 feet. I think it has a facade that's maybe a foot and a half. So on the one side, there's a facade that might be 15 and a half foot. So the stack will be another, whatever that is, 15 more feet at 30 and 11 more feet at 26 or so.
Okay. Is that in line with the other two that are nearby? That seems taller than the other two from what I recall, but I didn't measure them.
Smaller?
Less height.
I can't answer that. I don't know the height of those stacks.
Okay.
But it's in line with the hundreds of crematories that I've visited in my 30 years.
So two questions, three questions. Have standards changed, increased over the last 20 years in this space, 20, 30 years?
Have standards changed?
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, let me answer that by reading just a small part of this. I may not, actually, I don't have the air general permit rule here. I've just got the DEP synopsis. But let's just take a look at it here real quick. Bear with me. So, operating requirements for crematory. This is from the DEP informational handout that's in one of the exhibits in the package. Operating requirements for crematory units depend upon the date of original construction. Crematory units for which a complete application to construct a new unit was received by the department prior to August 30th, 1989, they have the following operating parameters. And those parameters from units prior to 1989 were only 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the combustion chamber. After that, they've increased that for newer units. They've increased it to 1,800, an additional 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, that's one example of how the requirements have changed.
Okay. So one of the concerns that I heard, the perception at least would be, or the concern would be that there's, literally, an ash-like presence in the general vicinity of a unit. So, leave work in the morning and, the unit's been running all night and come out and there's a fine layer on a car.
Yeah.
Is that, in your professional opinion, is that a possibility?
Well, may I ask where that information came from?
Yeah, actually, and that leads to my next point, which is something I wanted to share, and it's kind of anecdotal at that point. But so when I was meeting with the applicant actually at the property, so we took her. I wasn't familiar with where the other two were precisely. I'd of course heard they were in the area, but wasn't familiar with where they were. So
yeah,
we went over to one of the other ones and talked to someone in the parking lot that was an occupant of the building, and that's what I asked that question.
Sure.
Actually, I think the applicant asked the question.
Sure.
Said, "Hey, have you ever had any issues?" And he said, "Yeah, no, we find some, we find this sometimes." So, and that was ironically the exact concern. The reason we asked the question was because I just heard that concern from a neighboring business. So,
yeah.
I was wondering how what's your, is that?
Sure, I'll be happy to
Is that a perception? Is that reality?
I can think of 1,000. Well, maybe take me a little time to think of 1,000, but I can think of 1,000 air pollution sources, from concrete crushers to ready mix plants to the highway to the road outside of your house to the exhaust from cars to the hamburger joint down the road, that produce magnitudes higher of particulate matter than an animal crematory does.
You keep saying animal crematory. Is that the same as a human?
Human crematory.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, some humans are animals.
Yes, yes. I work with both of them.
Okay.
I commonly do that. Sorry.
Got it. So I get there could be other things. I guess my very direct question, though, is could this be one thing? I mean, is that, let's say all of those things were removed in a vacuum and you just have this one item, is that a valid concern or is it not?
Is the particulate matter settling on cars
a
concern?
I mean, does that happen or does it not?
So yes, if a crematory is not maintained and poorly operated, I might point out that maintenance is one of the large requirements within this air general permit. Okay, so if a crematory is not properly maintained, properly operated, some particulate above 0% opacity may be emitted. I'll have you note that the DEP allows up to 15% opacity. Okay, that's a big margin off of 0, but DEP allows up to 15% opacity from the stacks.
Yeah.
So again, yes, it is a possibility for a crematory to emit some smoke periodically if it's not maintained well.
Okay. And so who is it, the DEP that oversees that maintenance and operate? Because I have no doubt that on day one, brand new operation, brand new facility, cutting edge technology, latest and greatest that we have today, probably wouldn't be an issue. Fast forward 20 years, technology has changed. We just confirmed it's changed in the past 20 years. We can assume it will in the next 20. How do I know any of these operators are still involved? Maybe it's been sold to some fly-by-night operation. I don't know. So who's once the cat's out of the bag, then, or whatever's out of the bag, then so who maintains and how is that controlled? What agency is responsible for that? Is it us? Is that the DEP?
Yes, I provided some good documentation in here. The DEP licenses, regulates, inspects, and enforces the rules of the air general permit. a large part of those requirements are maintenance. They're required to maintain their units. They're required to calibrate their thermocouples. They're required to maintain their chart recorders and calibrate their chart recorders, maintain that documentation of calibration and other maintenance. Additionally, annually, the crematory is required to do a compliance test, which is also known as a visible emissions test. Okay, and that's conducted annually. The DEP must be given 15 days notification of the compliance test, and then the person doing the compliance test or the permittee has 45 days to submit that test to the DEP. And DEP has a database, and it shoots out an enforcement or warning letter if somebody misses their compliance test.
So is it the operator that's doing the? First of all, it's a
no,
visual
the
inspection,
operator. It could be the operator if they're certified.
They can inspect their own.
It could be if they have a certification. Okay.
No, I get it, but they can be certified, but then inspect it.
Yes, I would think someone that's certified, that's part of the company, could do that. Yes, the answer is yes to that.
That's a whole separate issue.
But again, they have a certification, and they've been trained on that. That's very uncommon. I don't know that for crematory. I know of some large-scale companies that do hundreds of visible emissions in a given month that have their own trained operators do it. But I don't know of any crematories that do their own. But
so
it is possible.
I guess what I'm getting at is that's the concern you hear from folks around. That's
sure.
There's two, and I'll get to the other one later. It has nothing to do with environmental. So that's the kind of the environmental concern you hear. So what I think I hear from you is, yes, that is a possibility if they're not maintained and they're poorly operated, which means that the anecdotal evidence that the operator or the applicant and I heard that day is it could very well be true. I guess what gives me pause is one of the earlier statements you or someone made is that there have been no enforcement actions, no issues found with any of these crematoriums in our area. So that implies that they have been well maintained and are well run, and yet, so that's.
Yes. Also, again, DEP maintains this Oculus document managed system, which anybody can log into. There's public login. And you can put in the facility ID number or the address. You can look up the crematorium, and you can look for enforcement actions.
Yeah.
And again, I did that.
It'd have to be a really slow Saturday
Yeah, I
night
did
for
that
me.
as the staff did. I don't know if they went through Oculus or whatnot or called DEP, but I did that as well before this hearing for the two that are in that's industrial parks, and they have no enforcement actions. But and they also have under their compliance tab, you can look up the visible emissions test that they do every single year. Okay, and so that's it.
Yeah.
So DEP does a very good job. In my opinion, they do a very good job in regulating the human crematoriums.
Okay. Any other questions of this expert witness? All right. Seeing no other questions, it's still the applicant's time. I think you had someone else you wanted to speak to as well. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and thank you for having us this evening. I'm Evans Baldwin. I'm Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Baldwin Brothers, and so I'm here to go through a quick PowerPoint for you as the operator of this proposed project and do a couple things. Number one is give you a little background about Baldwin Brothers and our company, show you some other crematories that we operate throughout the state, and talk a little bit about what we plan to do here at this proposed site. So as I go through the PowerPoint, Baldwin Brothers, we're a family-owned and operated funeral home business. I'm a third-generation funeral director myself. The company was originally established right here in New Smyrna Beach on the North Causeway in 1980 by Rick and Jim Baldwin. Rick Baldwin is also the past president, and my father as well, of the Cremation Association of North America. In 2020, our New Smyrna Beach location had a 95% cremation rate. Today, Baldwin Brothers has over 100 employees, and we operate in 18 different facilities throughout the state. We operate in complete transparency, and our locations are available for inspection during business hours. This is our location in Apopka on Highway 441. We established this in 2013. It does have an on-site crematory that's connected to our funeral home. This is actually a duplex building. You can see there's a laser pointer on here. It's not working. You can see the two front doors there. One goes to an electrical contractor, and the other door goes to our facility. That electrical contractor actually owns this building, and it sits right on Highway 441. The daily traffic count there is 26,000. This shows an aerial of that particular location. It's right on 441, across the street from a BP gas station. Also, the Journey Christian Church is a relatively large church across the street from us as well. Just to give you all a little insight about what the facilities look like, you can see the front of the facility there. You can see our lobby as well as the actual crematory machines. This is another one of our locations. This one happens to be in Fort Myers. We opened this facility in 2017. It's got an on-site crematory that's also connected to the funeral home. This is a standalone building. However, we do have a store right next door. It's actually in a retail flooring store where they have customers coming in and out periodically throughout the day. Also notice in the background, especially to the left, there's a relatively large apartment complex that is immediately adjacent to our facility. If you saw too, the daily traffic count there on Colonial Boulevard is 55,000. This shows our facility outlined in red. You can see the very large apartment complex immediately behind the building. You can also see the large retail located directly on the other side of Colonial Boulevard. Again, very similar, just so you all have an understanding of what our facilities look like. This is another location that we have. This one happens to be in Ocala. It's right on Highway 200. We opened this one in 2017. It's got an on-site crematory. We happen to be in an inline shopping plaza. We're immediately next door to a Keller Williams Realty, where customers are coming in and out daily. Also next door to the right of us is a Chili's restaurant. This is in a pretty heavy retail setting. Average traffic count out there on the road pictured is 36,000. Again, this shows you the facility, both the inline retail on the front as well as what the rear of the facility looks like. As you can see, we have a large parking lot there that customers will use. You can also see the back of the Baldwin Brothers location where we have a relatively large bay door. All of our transfers are completely private, so that means we'll pull into the bay area, we'll close the garage door, we'll then conduct any type of loading or offloading, and then open the back door up once we're ready to leave. We try to make it look as commercial feeling as possible, just so people don't think about the business that we're in on a day-to-day basis. Here it shows the Baldwin Brothers location with the red pin drop. As you can see, it's in a heavily commercial area. Directly across Highway 200 is an Advent Health Hospital, and behind our building to the left is a Walmart Supercenter. I just wanted to show the commission some of our locations so you have a better understanding of some of the other operations that we have throughout the state. And the main reason why I wanted to show this is that we have never received a formal complaint or any complaint that I'm aware of from any neighboring businesses or residents regarding the operations of our crematory. This is our New Smyrna Beach facility. We just got finished remodeling it Again, it's been here since 1980. You all see we have some new neighbors that have moved in behind the building, and so obviously this is not a suitable site to have a crematory, and that's what made us look off-site, hence the industrial park as well. This is the proposed location at Airway Circle. I tried to look up average traffic count. Obviously, the DOT has no information available for Airway Circle. However, Turnbull Bay Road, just for comparison, has about 3,000 daily count. Again, an aerial of the projected project. This slide just points out the 2 existing crematories with the yellow markers, as well as the proposed site with the green marker. This is one of the existing crematories here in New Smyrna Beach, so everyone has a visual. And this is another one of the existing crematories located here in New Smyrna Beach.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I interrupt Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Any of the photographs show the height of a exhaust?
No, they do not.
I think you could just
one did.
go back one more.
Yeah,
Go back
first one
slide.
did.
I thought I saw one on.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
there.
correct.
That's the blue.
And I'm not sure on the specific heights.
Thank you.
When looking at residential addresses, there might have been a different one that was used. I heard 1,500 feet was mentioned a couple times. I used a little calculator here, and it came out to about 1,700 feet. Note that one of the existing crematories, actually closest residential, is about less than half that. I think it was about 650 feet or so. So just something to keep in mind as when we looked at a suitable site for us to put it in a crematory. And lastly, a little bit about what we want to do at this proposed location. We plan to lease 5,000 square feet, the front half of the building, and we also have a large driveway that will be part of our lease. There's 2 large bay doors at this particular property, and it will allow us to do the private transfers that I spoke about earlier, where we'll be able to drive in, close the door behind us, be completely private for the dignity of our family that we're serving. In addition to that, the parking lot, it's wooded on 2 sides, so it is a pretty secluded type location. In this particular location, we will run, if we get permitted, a crematory based on natural gas. We'll also install natural gas generators so that if there's any type of extended power outages due to a storm or something of that nature, that we'll be able to continue to operate our business. In addition to that, we'll obviously, as Doug mentioned, be putting in the newest, cleanest cremation equipment available. And in addition to that, of the 5,000 square feet, there's about 1,000 square feet in the front of the building that's actually currently built out as office space, and we plan to occupy that for administrative purposes as well. Just in closing, a couple things before taking questions. Number one is that I did a little quick calculation, and here in Southeast Volusia in 2020, the cremation rate's at 85%, and that is continuing to likely increase every year. Our cremation rate has typically increased every year or every other year. We're going to continue to operate our funeral home on the North Causeway. Airport Circle is not a replacement location for us. We believe in the privacy and safety of our client families. All of our automotive fleet is non-branded. It's very nondescript. When we show up to someone's house in the middle of the night to retrieve one of their loved ones, or if we're down at the hospice care center or something of that nature, the last thing that we want is to be detected by the public. And so we operate in very simple type automotive fleet. Also, in addition to that, we currently, since I've been around in this business, has Baldwin Brothers owned an actual hearse Again, we're a 95% cremation company, and so you have to think of us a little differently than a traditional type funeral home. The proposed New Smyrna Beach crematory site is in an industrial park, obviously with 2 other existing crematories. The facility on Airway Circle is the second to last building on a dead-end street. So it is a pretty secluded location for us to have our operation. And lastly, about Baldwin Brothers, we've got over 1,000 5-star Google reviews from our client families as well as members of our community. We've got an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. We're currently in good standing with all city, county, state, and federal regulators, and we take pride in having not received any type of complaint from any neighboring businesses or residents regarding any of our crematory operations. And that concludes the PowerPoint tonight, and now we'll go ahead and open it up for any questions and answers.
Any questions of this witness? Mr. Hartman.
What are the hours of operation going to be?
That is undetermined at this time. We have some locations that will operate on an 18-hour type basis. Ideally, for performance of the equipment, you would be on a 24-hour type operational basis. But our typical location is on an 8-hour schedule, and that will vary. But typically, it starts earlier in the morning, 5 or 6 a.m., and goes until after that.
What's it?
Mr. Baldwin, what type of vessel is the person put in? And do you avoid PVC fittings, metal fittings, chlorinated compounds in the coffins and other fixtures?
Absolutely. So Florida law requires the use of what we call an alternative container. And in a nutshell, that is a casket-looking container that's constructed of cardboard. And it's also rigid enough so that our operators can safely put the decedent inside the cremation machine. In additionally, at Baldwin Brothers, everyone that we bring into our care, we put in one of those containers before we put them into refrigeration, and it just adds a little privacy and dignity to the entire process.
And I know it's morbid, and I'm sorry to ask this question, but people's fillings in their teeth contain mercury, the amalgam that goes with the body.
It does. If a family would like, a gold tooth or something of that nature, we're not in the business of pulling teeth, so we would need a dentist or someone to come out and remove a tooth or something of that nature. I will say, though, that we have a amount of material that is filtered outside of the body after cremation takes place through the use of magnets and things of that nature. And typically what we want to strive to hand back to the family is just their loved one's remains and not any other materials.
Thanks.
Do you have, because as Brian pointed out, we're considering the land use change. We've heard a great presentation from you and all that you do, but obviously to us these kind of are decoupled to some degree
Sure.
because there's no guarantee you'll be the operator tomorrow or in the future.
Understandable.
So at this time, do you all have, obviously you have some kind of an agreement or you wouldn't be here, but is it just verbal? Do you have an operating lease in place? Like how strong are we that you're going to be the ones going in?
We have a lease that is signed, and
Okay.
it's contingent upon this special exception approval.
Got it. Okay. Going back to the hours. Sorry, is that me? No. Going back to the operating hours, is that something that you ever look at in coincidence, if you will, with neighboring facilities and saying, hey, let's go talk to neighboring businesses, and if it would be better that we operate here and we kind of counter the hours out of for lack of a better term, respect, if you will, and being a good neighbor?
Sure.
How does that work?
We have never done that before.
Okay.
And you've seen some of the locations where
Yeah.
we do operate. And for us, we do want to be respectful neighbors and have a nice cohesive environment. We work there every day too.
Yeah.
And so we keep that in mind. But that being said, we're also at the service of the families. And so if they have a loved one and they need to be cremated for a service or something of that nature, we'll try to jump through hoops and make it happen.
That's a good point. It's interesting. I as you gave the presentation, and that was an interesting context to see those other locations. And you mentioned something that kind of gets to another point that I'll raise at some point after we hear from the public. But you said we operate not quoting you verbatim by any stretch, but something to the effect of we operate in a way so that folks, I think you're pointing out you don't have hearses. People don't think about the business we're in. That was a quote that stuck out. And, in some ways, the high traffic count areas you operate in kind of help in that way, meaning it's just another van that drives by
Sure.
versus a dead-end street. It becomes the van that drives by, and it is kind of top of mind, at least initially, I'm sure it would be. So, and it's something, that
Absolutely.
It's for those of us that aren't, that don't deal with this every day, and this is something you and I chatted briefly about in the parking lot. I mean, that's for those of us that don't deal with this every day, it's kind of bringing that into a space that we aren't used to thinking about it. When we show up at work at our whatever else is around there, and all of a sudden you start seeing these vans, and you go, oh man, I don't know. So.
Absolutely, and I think when we spoke that day, I mentioned about our location there at the North Causeway, where we do have a preparation room. So we are bringing deceased in and out of that location on a daily basis. And we have our new neighbors behind us, and we literally have now balconies on the second and third floor staring at the back of our building.
I wonder if that's in the brochure. Okay. Any other questions for this witness? If not, we want to hear from the public, any members of the public that are here. But before we dismiss, yes.
And one of the pieces of material that we got, and I know this isn't specific to this hearing, but it indicated that the stack was going to be on the north side of the building, furthest from the neighbor?
Correct.
Is that your intention?
That was our intentions, correct.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you're the proper person to ask, but is there any history with a devaluation of property surrounding you with that use?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, have you heard of any?
I have not, no.
Okay, thank you.
One last question just came to me. Are there any provisions for, we talked about stack height and things like that, but in a case like this where you have neighbors in proximity, are there any provisions that are possible even to try to direct things, for lack of a better term, like deflect, direct, even visual, aesthetically, functionally, all of the above? Is that just subject to
You're
nature?
a little out of my wheelhouse
Okay.
because I'm not a crematory machine expert by any means.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you is that we're in negotiations to purchase this new equipment, contingent on getting this special exception. And one of the things that we do have in the contract with them is an extra section of stack in order just to try to be a good neighbor.
Okay. All right. If no other questions for this witness, we'll maybe bring you back up, but for now.
Thank you for
that's
hearing
it.
this evening.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from any members of the public that wish to testify or speak on this item. You'd come forward if you'd give your name and address just for the record.
Randy Herman, 108 Esther Street. It's been an interesting discussion. I've learned a lot, particularly since I'm a future candidate for this this endeavor.
We all are at some point.
I hope not soon, but and I agree that certainly the popularity and the increase of cremation has become. I can remember when people wouldn't even consider it, and it's certainly part of our vernacular about death. And I'm not opposed to this to this proposal per se, but just a couple of questions. Two, maybe it has to do with the engineering question. With 3 crematoriums, and it sounds like the proposed increase of number of bodies that may be coming to each of those, if in fact the predictions are correct, that we have more seniors coming and more people dying, and so there's going to be more cremations. Does that contribute to a higher degree of residual than currently being evaluated by current standards? That's my first question. And my second is a worry of a Department of Environmental Protection is hugely impacted by the administration that's in power and the budget that's allotted to that. And we know both nationally and statewide there have been huge cuts to environmental protection. So I worry about down the track, depending on the administration, will we have the kind of regulations and will they be staffed to significantly do the kinds of evaluations and checks that they've said that need to be done? Thank you.
Thank you. Any others wish to speak? Yes, sir.
Yes, Joe Dluback, 3587 Casalta Circle. 2 items. Just wanted to ensure that there will be no viewing at this site. That'll be solely occupied and used for the people who are doing the work there. And the second is, I've not heard anything related to signage or advertising. I think that ought to be minimized and make that recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if the applicant wants to be making some notes, you'll have a chance to respond to some of these questions. For efficiency, we'll just go ahead and hear them all, if that's okay with you all. I guess technically you are the applicant, but.
Christy Rohan, 4606 Van Cleek Drive, New Smyrna Beach. I'm also owner of River's Edge Composites, which is the building directly adjacent to the proposed site. We are 40 feet away, literally. I guess I want to thank you for listening and considering our options and opinions. One of our major concerns is, I know the emissions will be regulated and checked and everything like that, but what the main concern is, what does this do to the development of the industrial park? Are we going to continue to put more crematoriums in there, more warehouses, or are we going to really try to develop it as a manufacturing area? So that is my main concern, and I want to thank you for your time. Questions?
I have none for you at this time.
None for me.
Just
Okay.
a quick one, ma'am. Thank you for stepping up. Do you operate your business with your doors or bay doors or windows open?
Pardon?
Do you operate your business
Yes.
with your bay doors
We are
open?
an open-air facility. We manufacture foam products, and we have fiberglass, but it's dry fiberglass. It's not resined, and it's not gel-coated. So we primarily produce products for the marine industry: Boston Whaler, Edgewater Powerboats, Everglades, Nautique, Seafox, Regal. We employ 15 employees. We are there, depending upon the weather, from 6 o'clock in the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon. We operate with our doors open, especially during the summer when it's really hot.
Thank you.
So I just want to be clear. What I think I heard you say is, because you and I talked and got a great tour of your facility, and it sounds like your primary concern is the future of kind of the area around you. And I know you're potentially looking to grow your business at some point, but the future of the area around you, not so much some of the things that we've kind of talked through with the environmental and all those things. You feel like from what we've heard tonight, that's not going to necessarily directly impact your
I think it would impact us, but I think one of the main questions is how do we want to develop this industrial park?
Okay.
I mean, that's really the direction that we need to go. We are developing a new program where we're going to take our waste foam and we're going to recycle it into a new product that contains 95% recycled product, which will greatly reduce what we're sending to the landfills. And we're actually talking with Boston Whaler, and they're on board with us as far as developing this project. We might even get into taking out derelict boats from the river and processing them. So, I mean, there's huge potential there.
We're ready.
I know. I saw two that you have to talk about.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Any other members of the public wish to speak, or if you want to respond to some of these, you can.
Again, I'm Garth McHenry. To quickly respond, you had asked about privacy. I did want to note that the doors opened away from any adjacent buildings and towards the woods, so they do not open towards the other buildings.
Your facilities would be, yes.
And that you had asked about the price of real estate around crematories. Another crematory is renting space from us, and the surrounding area has gone up in value considerably. Thank you. Or do you have a question, sir?
Yes, clarify that, please. Do you have another facility in the area?
I don't have the, so we, on the crematory on Turnbull Bay Road rents space from us. The building immediately adjacent to that, which is owned by another person, we've looked to buy that building, and it's gone up considerably in value. So I was merely addressing your question on the value of land around crematories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing none others from the public, I would wonder if the operator or the applicant, or sorry, if you had, did you have something you wanted to add? Go ahead.
Property at 1410 Industrial Drive, and I have a crematory 2 doors down from where we work every day, and I've never seen any ashes or anything on my white truck every single day. We do see a hearse drive by. We are 2 doors down from the crematory. That's the one of them that they're speaking of. We never see ashes on our vehicles. I haven't anyway. And we do see a hearse drive by occasionally, but it's, after you've seen it once or twice, it's just something you see. You know, it's somebody doing business. We're not, and we work with our doors open on days when it's cool enough to keep them open as well. It's never been a problem for us.
Okay, thank you. There was a question raised that I was curious also the answer to about the on-site, like basically public access, if you will. My understanding was that wouldn't be the case, but just if you'd clarify, and then signage at the site. I know that's kind of deep in the details, but thoughts on that?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, there is a current sign. I want to call it a tombstone sign for a lack of a bad word. That's currently there in front of the building, and we had anticipated about putting some signage up. We will have families coming to this location from time to time. Obviously, it is an industrial setting. We'd prefer to have them over at the North Causeway, but we do have some requests for witness cremations, is what we call them. And typically, when there is a witness cremation that takes place, the actual deceased is viewed by the family, and then the cremation is taken place. So that will happen from time to time if approved.
Okay.
And haven't finalized the sign yet or anything like that. Just kind of wanted to get down this road first before making some of those decisions. Also just wanted to note on the future regulations of the environmental pollution and things of that nature. I can't speak to that, but what I can speak is about the track record of Baldwin Brothers. We're actually one of the first companies in the country to pilot a program with the largest crematory manufacturer in the world. They happen to be a publicly traded company, to put abatement system on our crematory so that they could do testing and things of that nature. So we're obviously all about being a green and progressive provider as well. Two things in addition to that is all of the crematories that we currently operated are connected via Ethernet to the crematory manufacturers, and they're available to be able, they're monitored off-site 24/7. So if anything does go wrong or the pollution controls and things of that nature aren't quite right, then they're able to make those adjustments on the fly. And then the last thing that I wanted to reiterate is that we do preventative maintenance on each one of our machines on an annual basis. It's actually by how many cremations are performed for that particular machine. So we're actively going out ahead of time and trying to find things that might go wrong in the future and fix them before they're a problem.
Okay. All right. We've heard from, sorry, go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
Can y'all hear me?
We can, right there.
Okay. My name is Vilma Medley. I am here on behalf of being a business owner in a building that is also next to the Abacos Crematorium on Industrial Drive. Our address is 1504. They're 1502. We share the building, my fiance and I. I'm there every day for about the past 2 years. I see Jeremy every day because he also works the same schedule as we do. And I'm just here to either take any questions or to let you know what my work environment is like. I mostly sit indoors. When I get tired of looking at the computer, I may take a walk around the building, but I've never seen, she said she's seen a hearse. I've never seen one. There hasn't been any residual on my car. I don't have an odor. I don't see any ash. To me, they're just another business owner like we are. I respect his business. He respects ours. We share the building. We, what do I want to say? We split the cost for the roof, for the paint, for the landscaping, for the maintenance, for the paving. I don't have any problems with it, and that's just what I wanted to share. If y'all have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Yeah, which one did you say you're next to?
Next to Abacos. The one that he pointed out that was 1,500 feet or 1,600 feet away.
Okay.
Yeah. We're also on a dead end.
Is that the brown
no
building or the white
traffic.
building?
Pardon?
Is that the brown building or the white building? I drove by both of them.
We're also on a dead end. I see more of the ice-ready trucks that come by than I do of any other cars that's not one of the other business owners in our building.
Gotcha. Okay. Any questions of this witness? Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for
You
coming.
got it.
Okay. Seeing no others, we'll now hear any closing remarks from the city, from the applicant, and then we'll consider the matter.
Only item, just wanted to mention that the I-3 zoning district is the only district that we have that allows a crematorium, and that is only by special exception. Other than that, no further comments.
Good.
If this application for special exception gets approved, what would the next step be? Would there be a site plan review?
There would be a change of use and an interior build-out permit. That would require a site plan to come with that, and that would trigger the requirement to review that I mentioned earlier about the engineer's report.
Where would the site plan be reviewed?
In the planning department and engineering and building, through our technical staff.
Thanks.
How did the other two crematoriums get where they are? By special exception also, or do we know?
I don't know. You go to our expert.
The one on Turnbull Bay Road has been there for a long time. So I don't know actually when that was approved, because it's just before the records that we have with the planning department that we have on a computer system. So it had to be more of a manual system. We just couldn't find an application for that when it was approved. The other one was approved in 2014, and it went through the special exception process just like this one did.
Other questions of staff? All right. Closing comments from the applicant, if any. Okay. And with that, we will close the quasi-judicial public hearing, and the commission will consider this request. Commission, what's the pleasure? So I'll start. I always go last. I'll go first this time. You know, the tough thing about things, like, for a couple of things. Before I was elected, when I heard special exception, I thought special project. Like, hey, this normally wouldn't be allowed, but this is such an amazing thing, we're going to make a special exception for it. I've now come to realize a special exception is a use that is slated for that, but it requires, because of its unique nature, requires kind of this extra layer of approval. But as long as it meets the criteria, just like if you wanted to build a single-family home on your lot, as long as you meet the criteria that we've set forward as a city, you meet the criteria, you can build the home. And we can't really just walk around saying, no, you can't build here, you can build here, we like this home, we don't like that home. You got to write, you meet the criteria, you do it. This one is obviously a much more formal process, much more formal criteria. That's why you hear experts come and testify to us to say that, yep, they've met these criteria, it won't impact, X, Y, Z. So you get to things like what the one person said, who I respect immensely, is a local small business owner, where, hey, is this what we want in Air Park in this area? And that's not a criteria. That's not one of the criteria that we have to be able to consider, is whether or not that's my vision for that area. What we have to look at is whether or not the applicant has met the criteria for that area. So that's the tough part of this, because there's pros and cons to what we've been presented with. So I just kind of want to give that framework of where we're operating, what this process is and what it looks like, and there's things we can consider, things we can't consider, and one of the things that we can't consider is just whether or not we like the project. Trust me, I've voted for projects I don't like. I've done it before. I'll do it again. And so that's the tough spot. Is we have a staff report that says this meets the criteria that won't impact the area in a negative capacity, and all the other criteria that are in place. And we had experts testify to that degree as well. It's a highly regulated industry. So anyway, I'll pause there and open it up for other comments. Go ahead.
I got to agree with you, Mayor. I struggle with this one because I have a deep concern that we're getting too many. In an area we have been trying to get manufacturing and jobs like Christy Rohan talked about. Her company, boat manufacturing, helping out something that is a value-added job to the area, although this is a value-added job to the funeral homes. But so I have a concern with that. This started out as airport property. Some of the airport property has been bought and sold over the years. This is one of them. It's an industrial use, trying to get manufacturing jobs. That's our goal as a city. But what I can't ignore is what the mayor brought up. This is not about what I want. This is about what I have to follow. And this meets the special exception requirements. this is maybe something I would like to look at in the future, because I do not want to keep approving these. One was done in 2014. One may pass tonight. I don't want our industrial zoning area that we're trying to promote as manufacturing to be an enclave of crematoriums. I don't have a problem with that. It's just not what the direction that and the vision that I see going forward for our industrial area, which is relatively small, where we can then try to funnel in manufacturing type jobs, high-paying manufacturing jobs, value-added jobs, whether it's in the boating industry or something similar. So, it meets the special exception requirement, and I'm going to support it.
Other comments on this item? Commissioner Flood?
Well, I have been out to the property with the owner of the property. I've also been out to the Rohan property. I've gone through their facility, which is very nice. I think the applicant in this case has met the criteria for the special exception. He's shown through professional testimony that it will not be injurious to the neighborhood. So basically, the fact there's 3 of them out there, 2 other properties, I don't think that bears on this application because they're all approved facilities. So I find I have to support it. I would have liked the site plan to review to have been a public process, but apparently that's going to be in-house. That's my comments.
So where I sympathize with the building owner next door, there's some aspect, psychological aspect to this, right? And I think, I hope with time, that will kind of dissipate. But I do agree with the rest of my commissioners here. Is this something that we want to continue on in the process? We always hear that we don't have enough industrial space. It's all in Edgewater. And what we do have, we're using special exceptions to occupy those spaces. I think in the future, I would like to limit these kinds, whether we do it through changes or whatever. But certainly, I think all the criteria has met for this particular one. And I truly hope, and I do believe that Baldwin Brothers will be a good neighbor. And so I respect the business that they're in and what they've done. So I also could support this.
Anything to add to your comments before or no? You don't have to speak, you're just giving you the opportunity.
I'm sure Baldwin Brothers will hear about the crematory.
Are you unmuted?
There we go. I believe the operator will do their best to confine toxins, but there is evidence that the unseen, the mercury, the radioactivity, there are elements that are even products of combustion that we don't see. And that's the worry that I have. And we're not even allowed to consider the cumulative effect of having several. We have to look just at this one special exception. But the reality is, I have to also worry about the health and safety and welfare of the public. And that's a very big concern. So that's what I have to think about when we vote.
Yeah, and we all do. I mean, that's, the reality is we all do, and that's why we have experts that testify to us about those things, and if there was evidence that you have access to that I don't. I wish it could be shared, because the evidence I heard was, I mean, there were some things that gave me pause. I'm not an expert in any of these things, but you look in an area like, I mean, you heard the one expert talk about Tampa, and it's like, okay, well, they've reached a level of concentration, not because of crematoriums, just because of general population growth and size, the scale of their industrial complex. They've reached a point where things are an issue. Extra criteria is added to every single thing. And so I, as a layperson, step back and say, well, gee, what if we just started adding those things now before we get to the point where we have to do it on all, so that's a broader discussion. I can't take all of that and bring it down on this one project, but, and then you look at things like concentration and again, special exception request for this item, but, can we legally, and I'm not going to put Chris on the spot with this, but, can we legally say, yes, this is an approved special exception, but with a limit of 5 in the area or 2 in the area? And I'm not talking just for this. There's other special exception uses. Can we limit it to a certain number in an area, because at some point you don't want to become saturated with those type of uses? And you can say, well, if you want to be the one doing the business, then you have to buy the property that has that special exception applied to it, and therefore that becomes how you get in that business. And I know other places have done similar things. They've limited certain types of businesses. You read about places that have limited Dollar General stores. I was reading about the other night. So, again, we get to this point, and, it's tough, because I got a couple people I respect. I think you all run a great operation. I mean, I really don't have concerns that you all will do fine work in serving your clients and your community, as you always have. So this isn't personally directed at you all by any stretch. But you heard from the neighboring occupant, and we've heard from others in that area, and it's a valid concern. And we sit up here, and you heard from the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing Technology people, and yet here, that's the vision. We're trying to draw aerospace companies to our area, and yet what we have in front of us is a crematorium. But the city doesn't do any of this. The city doesn't. I mean, I don't open aerospace companies or crematoriums. We take what individual business owners, landowners, property owners come to us. And so I guess my message would be, if there's a vacant property next to you, look at it. Try to buy it. People around this project that may have had the means to have bought this, and then they could have controlled what went in as a special exception. So, this is a tough one for me in many standpoints. I will tell you candidly, I looked for ways that I felt like could be, that I could poke at this and get something that might be legally defensible, to say we haven't met a criteria, the applicant hadn't met a criteria, and really that would have just been to try to buy some time to figure out if we could do something else. But I can't find it. I mean, the witness testimony is what it is. It is an accepted use on that property. So, I think there'll be good neighbors, good local business owners. My hope is that there comes a day when we're doing special exception requests for other things too. The aerospace headquarters also. So,
Mayor, move to approve.
All right. Had a motion to approve special exception 5-20. Do I have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Colodi?
Yes.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
No.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, items approved. Thank you all. Item 8C, second reading, which would authorize a pole attachment license agreement between the UC and Level 3 Communications LLC. Ryan, do you have a report on that one? Sorry, I keep calling you Ryan. I'm so sorry. Chris.
That's okay. I get a lot.
I get called Owen a lot too, so I feel you. Yeah.
This is ordinance number 0821, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach authorizing the Utilities Commission to execute and enter into a pole attachment licensing agreement with Level 3 Communications LLC for a term exceeding 4 years, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Is there anyone here from the UC on this item or no? I'm guessing not. Okay. It's a public hearing. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Gentlemen, this is a bit out of the ordinary, but I had someone call me just before the meeting with some questions on this item, and I think it merits a quick follow-up conversation just to make sure what's happening on this. I didn't have the answers based on what I had in front of me, and I haven't had time to talk to staff because it literally was as we were walking to this meeting. So I know we're technically just kind of ratifying something done by the UC, but I would kindly ask, unless the attorney tells me we can't for some reason, but would it be possible to extend this to a date certain, just one more meeting out?
I believe so, yes.
If the commission would oblige me, I'd like to just extend this out by one meeting to allow me to just close the loop on a couple of things based on that phone call, and I'll have the city manager share some details with you as soon as.
Motion to approve extending this item to the next meeting.
City clerk, if you call the roll on that.
Second.
Commissioner Hartman?
No.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks?
Yes.
Commissioner Colodi?
No.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you all. Colin will give you an update. Again, it just came at the last minute. 9A, first reading. This is first reading of an ordinance would amend the Pension Board of Trustees. City Attorney, Assistant City Attorney will read it a first time by title only.
This is ordinance number 0921, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 2 Administration, Article 4, Officers and Employees, to revise Section 2-149, Pension Board Trustees, providing for codification, providing for public hearing, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date.
Second reading and public hearing will be conducted on March 9th, 2021, item 9B. Chris, go ahead.
This is ordinance number 10-21, an ordinance of the City of New Smyrna Beach amending the City of New Smyrna Beach Police Officers Retirement Plan, amending Section 7.02 definitions of Article 7, required minimum distributions, to provide for compliance with the Secure Act, providing for public hearing, providing for severability, providing for conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date.
Second reading and public hearing will be conducted on March 9th, 2021. No boards and commissions. Mayor and commission reports. We'll begin with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read a really neat anecdotal story about trees. I think we all appreciate trees. We get offered when we cut down a historical grandfather oak, we're offered 10 in its place of a 4-inch caliper. Well, I'm not going to bore you tonight with it, but I have an article if you're interested. I'll stick it in your boxes. And the evidence shows that the grandfather tree has much more benefit to the environment than the little ones. So it's not really a very good trade when we're clear-cutting land and then the applicant offers us smaller trees times 10 to replace it. It's not a fair trade. And I just want to ask my colleagues, Saxon is a very troubled road. The numbers are increasing. I'd like to see a traffic study done. I'd like the speed lowered by 5 miles an hour, especially in the section near Publix at 3rd Avenue in Saxon. We've built a bunch of homes over there. The line of sight is decreased. It's a very difficult road to travel. Neighbors have discussed it with me ad infinitum. For many years, we've been worried about traffic conditions on that road. It's a county road. I'm just asking that we take a look at it. And do I need 3 votes? Or can we just go ahead and do a traffic study? I have a feeling the traffic study is going to say speed lowering is not warranted. But when you live on that road, you see actual conditions. we get into the same issues we've had before with traffic calming, and it's a tough situation, but it's only going to grow because it's going to develop even more there.
But Saxon's a county road, isn't it?
I'm sorry, Saxon's a county road.
So the county will have those road counts. County
Well, what
does-
we have to do, I believe, is we'll have to petition the county to step in and get involved.
Well, I mean,
if
I
I'm
used
correct.
to get road counts from the county on all kinds of on the roads all around here for business purposes. So my point is, have you reached out to the county yet? to
No,
see-
because I wanted to talk to you guys first.
Well, what I'm saying is, reach out to John Cheney, and he can probably provide you what the count is, and if it hasn't been done for a while.
When you say a traffic study, you don't mean a count, though. You mean like a speed study, like we've been doing with traffic calming.
I think in this case, both counts and speed, because, and then the addition of illegal truck travel on that road. We're seeing semi-trucks drive down that road. They're not allowed to, and they drive at excessive speed. It's not, people don't drive the posted 35 miles an hour. And the speed studies will show somewhere around that. But in real life, we're seeing vehicles travel 45 miles an hour. I had a woman who has an elderly parent living at home. They can't even cross the road to go to Publix. It's getting scary on that road, and it's going to get worse. Cars queue up at the light all the way to 7th Avenue sometimes. It is so crowded. So
Well, and I don't mean to jump in, but
Mhm.
I
That's
agree
okay.
with you that the light is backing up, and I think that goes into the many conversations that Commissioner Colodi and I have brought forward about having a local network of roads where we can put money into intersection improvements, right turn lanes, left turn lanes. But I'm hearing a lot, you're kind of just peppering us, so.
Yes, I am.
Well, I think that you can probably get a lot of this information without taking some kind of formal commission action, or at least go try to find what you're looking for by contacting Volusia County and our staff and seeing if they can help you determine some of the questions you're looking for.
Primarily, I'm looking for consensus from this body to go to John Cheney to ask if they would consider at least lowering that speed limit in that section that's very dangerous and questionable. And I would say that's from 8th Avenue back to 3rd Avenue.
So, I think that's something we could talk about. I have, haven't been in that headspace at all. So before I agree, yes, I want to go approach the county because I want to make sure I'm ready to answer the questions the county has. And right now, I don't even know what those may be. So I'm happy to talk about it. I'm happy to bring this back at we can probably get consensus to bring this back that we talk about it. Just to make sure I understand. I mean, I get the concerns. I think we got to be careful when we say the traffic, the traffic survey will show this, but in real life it's this. Well, the traffic study is done in real life. So if the traffic study shows this, I get the perception, and I live on a quiet street. And so when one car goes by at 45 miles an hour, I'll be the first to be out in my front yard yelling, and feels like everybody's flying down my road. But the reality is most of them probably drive the speed limit, and the one that doesn't, though, just feels so egregious. So I don't even know off the top of my head, what is per the traffic calming manual, what is the right process to go about getting, mobilizing chief and having all those things go out there? Is there what's the threshold for that? Is this the right way? I don't even remember how
Are
to do
we
it.
talking about a county road or a city road?
Well, let's just pretend for a minute it's a city road.
If it's a city road, typically what happens is we have engineering and police department. Police department, they do the traffic study on it, and they come up with, with the.
But at the
whatever-
request of, did we clarify, how does that originate? What's the genesis? Is it just one commissioner says, hey, please do this on my street, or is it that we bring it to all of us? I don't remember what is the process.
Well, just you have to make the request to Volusia County. Now, what happened in the past, I think, since I remember, they have done probably 3 studies on it already. So what Commissioner Sachs or Vice Mayor Sachs is asking is, does the commission wants to do that? So, because in the past, we have one commissioner would ask for a request, but the commission as a body is not in agreement. So I think that's probably what he's looking for.
I think a
Am I
good starting
correct?
point, maybe, if I may, would be, let's reach out to the county, and I'm happy to have you do that, and just ask them, like, what is the last thing that was done? Like, what do they have as of right now, before we do anything new? Maybe they just did this 6 months ago, maybe it was 6 years ago, I don't know. Let's see what they have right now, see what that data shows, have staff circulate that to all of us. And then from there, we can figure out, okay, do we need to approach the county and bring this back as an item? That's for the speed stuff. The study of the intersection and the efficiency of the intersection, that's a way
It
bigger
is.
issue that, I don't even know where we would start with that.
That's something that I think Vice Mayor and I, we talked during briefing. Saxon is a county road, and then Third Avenue is a DOT. So I was going to approach both of them for intersection improvements. He brought the concern about with all the developments going on, with all the houses being built, that you have so much traffic going on at that intersection. So I have no problem. I could ask him about that. And if the commission wants, I will ask John Cheney to do a speed study.
I think the first ask should be, what have they done? What's the latest? Like, again, they may have done this 3 months ago, so I don't want to. Let's just ask them where they at. Is it anywhere on their radar? Have they gotten other complaints? And then let's see where they're at. And then as far as the intersection improvements, I mean, we can start that ball rolling. I would hope it's on a radar somewhere already, but if not, it certainly should be. Especially as we have other proposed developments in that area, we've got to be talking about it and thinking about it. So.
I have not seen any, unless the staff has, I have not seen anything from DOT or the county on any of the intersection improvement in that area. So I'll bring it up to both of them.
Okay.
And just to finalize, gentlemen, conditions are changing on the road. We're building more there. Traffic calming would be, I think, a favorable answer for safety and the comfort of the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. Any other items? That was it?
That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hart.
Thank you, Mayor. Speaking of road intersections, I want to say that Canal and US 1 is functioning so much better. Years for that right turn lane, but also what's helping is the double left to go north on the US 1 from West Canal. So I got to tell you, I enjoy traveling through the intersection where I used to dread it. Now all we got to do is fix the train. The other thing I wanted to say was I'm going to have trouble making any meetings before 5:30 or 6.
Okay.
So getting back into the swing of things, work schedules are going back to normal a little bit. So the ability for me to make a 5 o'clock meeting is going to be tough in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll keep that in mind, City Clerk, as we schedule things. So, so you can maybe just share with the clerk some ideal availabilities, and we can work around those.
Yep. I just wanted to give you all a heads up. I can plan to do that.
Yeah. Commissioner Hartman.
So, I attended the dog park opening. I want to commend staff on the job that they did. I mean, it was a really thoughtful layout of the whole project. If you haven't been there, you should run by and see it real quick. But I think staff and the Board of Realtors did a really good job. There was a really low turnout at the beginning of the thing, but I think it improved as time went on.
After I left?
After you left, yes. Yeah. Today, we had I met with a group of staff that went to the DeLand Housing Authority to see their new latest senior housing development. It's quite an impressive building. It's going to be ours in the future up on Green Lawn is going to be something similar to that. It's going to be the same type of a builder developer kind of thing. So I think you'll be impressed when that process comes on through the changes and stuff like that we'll get to see. The other thing is, I know that we've made great strides in improvement with relationships with the UC, but we've had 2 significant change orders at the annex that involve the UC. So I think that the communications maybe at the top is much better, but it's still not filtering down to the bottom level. We're going to have major work done on Washington Street. I would just like, if the city manager, to get consensus, maybe meet with Joe again and say, let's all get on the same page before we put a shovel in the ground so that we're not making mistakes, that we're not pointing fingers at each other. We just need a better line of communications, I think,
We have met with them twice just on the Washington streets. Now, on this particular project, I think it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But on the Washington streets, I have met with him one time, and then Brian and I met with him twice.
Right.
I'm going to meet with him again, discussing about the funding of the project and their participation on the water, sewer, and electric.
Right.
So we are in direct communication with them on that project from the get-go. So we'll keep doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, I was, a little put off by the change order. The UC's pointing fingers at us, we're pointing fingers at them, and I think it's at a lower level. So I would just like to have, a little conversation with what do we need to do, where can we work better together at the bottom end of the pyramid so that these things run smoothly lately. I mean, we had an issue with the water main not being located where it was supposed to be that cost us thousands of dollars. So I'd just like to prevent that going forward. So that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Colodi.
One item. We purchased a property on Flagler North Peninsula, and it's vacant. I know steps are being taken to preserve the structure at this point. It's a process that's going to take a couple of years. So I would like to place an item on the agenda for discussion in our next meeting as to how we would like to proceed to get the approvals necessary. Perhaps get a consultant on board to see how a turn lane would function there, what we would do with the existing structure. I have talked to Khalid quite a bit on this subject, and I don't think it would be a tremendous effort to be ready for the next meeting. And that's what I would like the commission to agree to tonight, to bring this up for discussion at the next meeting.
For the next meeting, I guess we want to do a little bit more on the 4 options. I have asked Brian to talk to our traffic consultants to kind of draw a conceptual plan on the intersection. So I would rather to have that before, and then I could bring also forward the lease option.
Okay, that would be, that's fine by me. I just don't want to see
So
us
that's what the
sitting
plan
here
right
in
now.
6 months saying, should we hire somebody?
Yeah.
So that would be good. I also did go to the dog park and liked all the dogs, and it's a very nice facility. I also attended the Golf Advisory Board in my quest to see what boards need to be changed around, and I've developed my opinion on them.
You want to share it?
Then I will share.
I'm not telling you what it is, though. At least I know you're all listening.
Yeah, now we are. What a cliffhanger. Is that it? Anything else?
I have 16 boards to go.
Oh, okay. Report back to us when you're finished. So, two things. Interesting you bring that up. There was an item earlier, I think it was during David's presentation, talking about something, and I was thinking of, I can't even remember what it was now, but I was thinking about one of the advisory boards, like, hey, I wonder if they should, maybe it was even the golf course, I don't remember. But so I'm anxious to hear your report. Glad to hear Randy say the neighborhood council is taking that seriously. So we'll be interested to see if we can get some momentum on that. I wanted to share, and I may be wading into treacherous territory here, but I just have to say, item 7C, the building fund reduction, those items are ones where we all know, it's probably already on social media, there's going to be political flack from that. And even if we control the message to the best extent we can, even if we push out as much valid information as we can, even if we shine the spotlight on the things that require it, and previous administrations, all the typical deflection measures you'd want, that's gonna it's very easy to take a narrative like that and paint it that we're the bad guys, and but I genuinely felt like, what's the other option? And I didn't hear anyone up here of my colleagues present any other viable options. I didn't hear anyone present any concerns with the direction we were going. And yet it's a 4-1 vote. And so I struggle because on items like that, I feel like, yeah, I'd have loved to have voted no on that so that I could have said, no, I stood against that. I didn't vote for that. But I felt like that would have left my colleagues hanging. So I guess I don't, look, we're all free to vote as we please to some degree. I mean, we, in some cases, have legal obligations of how we have to vote. But I guess I just wanted to kind of share that for, this is the only time we can talk about stuff like that. I can't make individual calls to talk about votes. So I guess I just wanted to kind of share. I felt like, going on some islands, especially on an item like that, it's tough because it puts the rest of us in a, well, you could have voted no because one of you did. And then it's like, well, okay, yes, if we all had voted no, then what? Then the building group that has brought this up 3 different times in a 30-minute meeting, it's once every 10 minutes by my estimation, and other groups like that are well-funded hit us with a lawsuit. Then we're spending hundreds of thousands potentially of citizen dollars fighting this, and we're fighting state legislation. Like, I don't even know what our defense would be, and we've openly discussed it. So, I really it's one thing when it comes to other items when it's, there's nuances, and we can say, well, I presented a viable option that wasn't taken. All right, fine, then vote the will. But I guess I just really struggled with that, and I was a little disappointed that we didn't take a united front on that because we know there's going to be, community pushback. And so I was hoping we could take a united front because since we each have people in the community that respect us for our views. We each have people that don't, but we each have people that respect us for our stance and our views. And so on an item like that, when we know there's going to be some pushback, being able to say that we were united helps people believe that it truly was the right thing for the city. And maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was the wrong thing, but I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that debate. I'd have loved to have joined in to that debate and known how I could have maybe also voted no, because I didn't hear any alternatives presented by staff or anyone on the commission. So I just had to get that off my chest. It's in the past at this point, but I just had to share that perspective. Hopefully that can be considered as we consider other items like that in the future. So, City Clerk, anything to report? I know I went out of order. I'll come back to him.
Oh, okay. Yes, per our board meeting that we had on the 16th, you asked me to come back with a couple boards each meeting to discuss. So just letting you know, on March 23rd, I had planned to discuss or put on the agenda a couple of boards that were established for a reason, project, or task, whose founding purpose has been fulfilled. I wanted to start with those and then add on as each meeting went on, about 2 boards each.
Okay.
But that will be the first meeting that...
Were we going to do that before all the boards? I feel like, and maybe we gave bad directions, that's on me, but I feel like that should come after we've kind of had this explored, the boards have had a chance to all talk and explored. So I'd suggest, unless someone disagrees, we pause on that. Let's have some more conversation at the board levels, and then we can take up that cause, because I don't want to get carts ahead of horses.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Does everybody agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, motion
Yes.
to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Second.
City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hartman?
Yes.
Commissioner McGurk?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sacks? Commissioner Cloney?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Kelly?
No.
Khaled?
Well, you have my report. I just want one item. It's not in the report, but and I mentioned during the briefing, it's 915 Locust. When we presented this item, this is for the lot purchase. Commissioner Kalodi has asked for a more investigation by the engineering staff and why we buy in it in terms of stormwater and so forth. So Kyle has done a report on it. I emailed you the report. But basically, he is recommending the purchase of the lots. They also looked at the value of the lot with comparing to adjacent properties. This is at $417,000, including the construction. So the guy keeps emailing me, asking me what are we doing with it. So I just want to see if you guys are interested to bring it back, and if not, we'll just close the chapter.
I think we all got briefed on this more in depth at our briefing. Anyone interested in bringing this back?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
I have two. I have three. All right, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
City,
Yep.
is that it?
That's it. If you have any questions on the report, I'll be more than glad to answer.
I hear none. City Attorney, any report?
No report. I just want to thank you all for your hospitality tonight.
Thank you, Chris, for filling in for Carrie with something else going on tonight she had to be at. The first meeting in, I think she said since she started that she hasn't been able to attend, so this is an anomaly that she's not here. We miss her and we'll see her at the next meeting.
So, do we need to make a motion to excuse her?
We do not. We do not. That's just us. All right, meeting adjourned, folks.